Bienvenue au comité permanent de l'accès.
Welcome to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. We are resuming meeting number 38, and the debate suspended on Thursday, April 23rd.
Format pursuant to the standing orders, members are attending in person in the room. I don't think we have anybody on Zoom, do we? Nope. No? Okay. So when we last left our superheroes, we were on committee business, resuming debate on the motion that was moved by Mr. Barrett on Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. And I'll remind the committee what the motion says, that A, require the Privy Council office to provide the committee on the 15th day of each month with a report detailing each time an assessment was undertaken relating to the application of the Prime Minister's conflict of interest screen pursuant to the assessment tool on the application of the Prime Minister's conflict of interest screen, including assessments originating in the PCO or any department from the previous month, that these reports include 1, a summary of each instance where an assessment was triggered, 2, the record of the outcome of each analysis, 3, any records of discussion or considerations that are in possession of the PCO or any department related to each analysis, including notes and meeting minutes, and 4, any correspondence related to each analysis, including emails, text messages, instant messages, and other records of conversations, that the first report be provided to the committee by no later than June 15th, 2026, and shall include the complete set of information for each assessment since the Prime Minister's conflicts of interest screen came into effect, and B, order the production of the Prime Minister's travel itineraries and related records for all international travel he has taken since he became the Prime Minister that are in the possession of the Privy Council office, the Prime Minister's office, or any federal department, government department, that these should include, but not limited to, each meeting the Prime Minister attended and every attendee at these meetings, and that these documents be provided to the committee in both official languages and without redaction within 6 weeks of the adoption of this motion. So when we last left the suspended meeting, I had a list that started with Ms. Church, Madame Lapointe, Mr. Saini, and Mr. Hogan, who is not here. And so I am going to start with Ms. Church, and I will tell and advise the committee that I do have resources till 1:45 in the morning to discuss this. I want this finalized. So, Ms. Church, go ahead. You have the floor. Mr. Seri, I see your name as well. Go ahead, Ms. Church.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and for the opportunity to speak for the first time on this motion that was brought forward last week. I think, like so many Canadians right now, we would share a commitment to accountability. We would share a commitment to ensuring that conflicts of interest, where they arise, are managed prudently and seriously. It's one of the reasons why, Mr. Chair, over the course of this committee's work over past months in exploring how we might recommend improvements and changes to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioners Act and ambit, we've approached that with the seriousness and in good faith that this topic requires. But I think when we're faced with a motion like this, a motion that we know has been the subject of my colleagues across the table of concern for many, many months now before this committee, and has been infused into many of our discussions along the way since our committee was first formed. I think it's fair for us to ask about the intentions of the members opposite in bringing forward a motion like this. Their intention, perhaps, to tie up the government to conduct yet another fishing expedition into an area of governance that has been settled. Mr. Chair, it was months ago that we had the Ethics Commissioner himself in before the committee months ago that we had both the clerk of the Privy Council and the chief of staff to the Prime Minister before the committee for hours to answer questions about the conflict of interest regime and how it's applied. And I think coming out of the meetings that we dedicated to that pursuit, I think all committee members were afforded a great deal of clarity about how this regime operates in terms of the Privy Council and the resources dedicated to it, and to the Prime Minister and his staff as well. Not only that, I think at the time this committee received a very good faith commitment, a commitment that has subsequently been delivered on, to continue to appraise this committee on the operation of, in particular, that conflict of interest screen. But what we've seen here is a far more, how can I put it, a far more searching effort to go hunting through not only the Privy Council and the Prime Minister's office, but any department across government, any correspondence, all emails, text messages, instant messages, other records of conversation, to provide a level of reporting to this committee in a way that is truly unprecedented and begs the question, why do my colleagues opposite choose now to bring this motion forward? And I say that with great respect for my colleagues and for this regime, but also with a desire to point them back to some of the testimony that this committee heard about the operation of the screen, and heard from the witnesses that this committee opted to call. We heard from the commissioner himself about the operation of a conflict of interest screen, how this is a method that's been approved by the Federal Court of Appeal and is a helpful measure in administering the Conflict of Interest Act. We heard from him that this is a useful tool in ensuring that the people responsible for the day-to-day work around the Prime Minister, the people responsible for the documents that would land on his desk, review them to see if they contain anything that would require the Prime Minister to recuse himself. It's a preventative measure, is what the Commissioner said. And that not only is this preventative measure one that has been applied in numerous examples across the government, dating back decades, but also it's one that works, that the designated operators of the conflict of interest screen, in this case, the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister and the Clerk of the Privy Council, are precisely the people who are responsible for the documents that come before the Prime Minister on both sides of that office, the public service side and the political side. The Commissioner said the two of them work with a large team to review every single thing that has to come before the Prime Minister to see if there's a potential conflict of interest. At the time when the Commissioner appeared, he said, and I quote, "Representatives from the Prime Minister's office have explained to the committee what they do to manage the screen. Based on their testimony, I believe that it's a measure that works well." Now, Mr. Chair, this is important because this isn't coming from Liberal benches or Conservative benches. This is coming from an independent agent of Parliament, an agent of Parliament that is hired specifically to be nonpartisan, to be able to preside over sensitive personal information of every parliamentarian under the Code or under the Act, and to adjudicate fairly without the added burden of partisanship that has a tendency, fairly or unfairly, to color these inquiries when they're raised in a committee such as this or by my colleagues across the way. So we have an independent agent of Parliament who himself is saying, based on their testimony, I believe that it's a measure that works well. A commissioner who has the authority to put in place conflict of interest screens wherever they're required with every parliamentarian, who is entrusted with that responsibility by parliamentarians, by Parliament itself, and is here attesting to the fact that this is a setup that works. Mr. Chair, I think that that testimony from the Commissioner should be given a great deal of weight. Because the moment that we depart from looking at his advice, his testimony, his commentary on a matter like this, we are chipping away at the integrity and the independence of the very office that Parliament struck to deal with these issues. It is appropriate, and we heard this throughout our study of the Conflict of Interest Act by experts. It is entirely appropriate that we have an independent agent looking at these matters, precisely to avoid the potential for abuse, the potential to weaponize concerns about conflicts of interest at a time when we know, through our own experience as parliamentarians, that that, in fact, can occur and does occur. And we heard that from experts as well in our study, Mr. Chair. So when the Commissioner comes forward and says, what's been set up works, and there is an appropriate system in place for both engaging a screen, for reporting on a screen, for establishing a screen, all of the different phases of the mechanism of setting up a conflict of interest screen itself and applying it. When we hear that from the Commissioner, that should be taken very seriously by all of us, because it was Parliament's decision to entrust him with the authority to manage this regime on behalf of all of us. Because, as we have also heard, you cannot build a regime based around a single person. You have to build a regime that applies fairly, transparently, equally across all parliamentarians. So when you consider how the Ethics Commissioner looked at this, and then you look at the motion before us today, it makes me wonder, Mr. Chair. It makes me wonder why my friends opposite would rather have a committee dive into this across government as opposed to taking the Ethics Commissioner at his word, when he's the one that is most entrusted to actually deal with this matter. You know, Mr. Chair, I think one of the reasons why the Ethics Commissioner would have come to this conclusion in the first place is because of the quality of the arrangement that is in place that this committee, again, heard about from both the clerk and from the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister. When the clerk was before this committee answering our questions, Mr. Chair, he reminded us that with respect to the Prime Minister's blind trust and his conflict of interest screen, like every other public office holder since 2007, the Prime Minister is subject to requirements under the Conflict of Interest Act. Like every other public office holder. which is why the Prime Minister, working with the Ethics Commissioner, agreed to and published a public declaration on agreed compliance measures, including a conflict of interest screen and the blind trust. These promote transparency and public confidence in decision making. When the clerk was here, he said, in Canada, I think we're all pretty familiar with these screens. They've been in place for many years in public and private institutions and under governments of varying political stripes. So, Mr. Chair, my colleagues opposite have continued to come back to this issue at every possible occasion over the past 10 months that we've had this committee in operation. I question why they have focused so much on this when all of the testimony that we've heard is that the Prime Minister has gone above and beyond his ethics requirements. He has done so in collaboration with the Ethics Commissioner. He has set up one of the most stringent screens that we've heard of by testimony from some of our witnesses, and such that the Ethics Commissioner himself believes that this is a measure that works well. So, Mr. Chair, I think if we're thinking about this, it's important for us to think about actually how this works. I mean, to understand fully why this conflict of interest screen is as effective as it is. Mr. Sabia described this as a rigorous process of implementing the screen that has been fully validated by the Ethics Commissioner. He said, as a first step, policy decisions might trigger the screen are identified and they are reported to the senior management of departments and agencies as they arise. Then departments and the Privy Council office conduct a very robust case-by-case due diligence examination. At that point, if there appears to be even a remote possibility that the screen may be needed, it is immediately put in place. Why is that, Mr. Sabia offered? It's so that we always err on the side of caution. And then he went on to describe a comprehensive assessment tool that, Mr. Chair, he later tabled to this committee at our request to demonstrate just how serious this government is and this Prime Minister is about applying the Prime Minister's conflict of interest screen and establishing a serious process to ensure that no conflict arises. That assessment tool, Mr. Chair, I mean, it covers broadly key areas that warrant specific attention. It covers guidance to public servants about how to conduct an analysis about what could create a conflict. And it creates a standardized process to undertake this type of assessment. Now, this might very well be the most comprehensive set of instructions and the first tool that's been put in place by the Privy Council to give effect to a conflict of interest screen. But conflicts of interest screens happen across government. They can happen across cabinet. This is not an unusual circumstance for one member of cabinet to find themselves in. This is not unusual for ministerial offices, for the Prime Minister's office, even for senior offices in the civil service, to have to constantly be alert to and aware of and deal with conflicts of interest, because they can arise in a wide variety of places from person to person. You may not even have a screen, but you can still find yourself in a conflict of interest because parliamentarians come with families, they come with friends. Even if you don't have a formal screen in place, it is each of our responsibilities to always be alert to the potential for a conflict of interest to arise. That responsibility, that obligation exists for every single member of Parliament. But what this assessment tool does is it further institutionalizes, it provides further guidance to a much broader group of public servants in particular who need to know how and when to apply a conflict of interest lens and how a screen would operate. So in that sense, it's very useful and no doubt will be an assessment tool that is useful to not only to other ministers, but also the hundreds of other senior public servants who find themselves among the designated public office holders that may be likely to have a conflict of interest screen. So the assessment tool that is in use right now, just to give a sense to the committee here of how it works. The conflict of interest assessment tool firstly sets out who it's administered by. And this follows the same language disclosed on the Ethics Commissioner's website. The screen is administered by my Chief of Staff and by the Clerk of the Privy Council to ensure I am neither made aware of nor participate in any official matters or decision-making processes involving companies' interests. I may, however, participate in a discussion or decision on a matter that is of general application or that affects the company's interests as a member of a broad class of persons, unless those interests are disproportionate to the other members of the class. So the screen is operative to try to meet that objective. The tool then goes into how to conduct the analysis. To conduct the analysis, contextual information related to the companies that are subject to the screen and the sectors of the Canadian economy that warrant specific attention is set out, followed by a list of questions to guide the analysis as to whether the screen should be applied. This assessment tool talks about the matters that must be included in the screen. It talks about the matters requiring assessment, areas with specific attention, where that specific attention is warranted. And then it offers a questionnaire designed to guide an individual on how to conduct the analysis required, which is then documented in a template associated with the tool developed expressly for this purpose. So you have and that questionnaire is 7 questions long. It involves examples. It involves a lot of guidance that's available to anyone who is considering whether or not the conflict of interest screen should be invoked. And it also goes on to define what is a matter of general application and what is a broad class. And I think that that's important, Mr. Chair, because I know that that's been a source of some discussion here within the committee. That in terms of how the assessment tool works, to help answer questions of whether a decision or discussion is one of general application, an individual needs to think about if the decision or discussion at issue applies to an undetermined group of people or companies, and if so, then the matter is of general application. If the decision or discussion applies to a regulated activity, to an identifiable group, then the matter is not of general application. If the decision or discussion at issue applies to a particular entity, person, or group of entities or person, or to a particular situation, then the matter is not of general application. So it sets a pretty clear scope for what constitutes general application or not. A broad class, similarly, if the decision or discussion applies to a large number of entities or people who may have different characteristics but share at least one important characteristic, then the matter applies to a broad class. If the decision or discussion at issue applies to a small group, then the matter does not apply to a broad class. Like, the screen tool, the assessment tool even goes so far as to provide an example. The mortgage insurance sector in Canada is comprised of two main players, one of which is subject to the Prime Minister's conflict of interest screen, as it is not possible to conclude that a matter involving mortgage insurance relates to a broad class of persons. Such matters will trigger the Prime Minister's conflict of interest screen in accordance with the clerk's decision as administrator of the screen. So, Mr. Chair, we have a very thorough, and I mean, there are 10 pages of guidance on the assessment tool that Mr. Sabia and PCO tabled to our committee, to all members here to review, to have a look at, to have comfort with the seriousness with which PCO and PMO are looking at this issue. 10 pages worth of guidance. Serious thought has gone into creating this tool. I believe that Mr. Sabia, when he was here, actually called this one of the most robust conflict of interest screens he's seen throughout the public and private sector in his long career. So I take that advice, that commentary, along with the commissioners who said that this is a measure that works well. And I come back to, again, my colleague Mr. Barrett's motion, which, as I read it, Mr. Chair, continues to be along the lines of the same type of fishing expeditions, the same type of soliloquies that we have heard at this committee, trying to find smoke where there is no fire, to make an issue where the independent Commissioner of Ethics, the nonpartisan clerk of the Privy Council, have both stood behind what the Prime Minister's office, the Ethics Commissioner, and the PCO have put in place to manage effectively a situation that has arisen many times in government, facing members of the executive, with a screen in place on how to manage that effectively in the day-to-day, without compromising the day-to-day work and functioning of the government. And so, Mr. Chair, my opposition to this motion is rooted not in opposition to a regime that I believe works well and works effectively, but in terms of my opposition to how motions like this one are repetitive and redundant, how they are motions that take up the time of committees and of the House and of the government and of the Prime Minister and of the hundreds of public servants whose time and energy are used in fulfilling motions like the one before us today. That is a precious resource. At a moment in time when Canadians want us to be focused on them and on building this country, on making it more resilient, on making it more sovereign, on ensuring that we are building Canadian prosperity for the future, ensuring that we have a Prime Minister who is focused on the economic turbulence that we've been thrown into as a country, that Canadians across the country are experiencing. We know that this is exactly the type of motion that Canadians would see as distracting a government, as redundant and unnecessary, particularly when they know that as Ethics Committee members, we are already in receipt of information on a continuing basis from the Privy Council on the Prime Minister's conflict of interest screen. That was an ask of this committee and by committee members that Mr. Sabia and Mr. Blanchard, without hesitation, agreed to deliver on when they appeared before us last fall. Without hesitation.
Exactly.
So when here we are, many months later, debating a motion from Mr. Barrett that goes into this level of detail to try to surface every manner of correspondence and digital record essentially across the whole of government. Mr. Chair, I think Canadians would see this for what it is. An attempt to derail a government and a prime minister and a public service that is working hard right now for Canadians on the issues that matter most to them, on the issues that are going to serve our country going forward, on the issues that require all of us as parliamentarians to be focused on as much as we can to ensure that we come out of this current challenge that we have globally on account of our neighbors to the south. A difficult but important time for our country. So, Mr. Chair, I look forward to hearing some of my other colleagues on this motion as well, including my colleagues across the way.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, to understand why it is that the information that we've had to date has been insufficient, why the opinion of our independent and distinguished ethics commissioner is for them somehow insufficient, why the reporting that we receive as committee members is insufficient in their minds. Because I think, Mr. Chair, as we hear more from both my colleagues and from members opposite, I hope that all of us will take a step back. We'll think carefully about how we are spending our time while we are here representing Canadians as parliamentarians to do the best work that we possibly can to ensure that we are building Canada and that we are focused on the issues that are going to make a difference in the day-to-day lives of Canadians, as opposed to treasure hunts and fishing expeditions like this one. So, Mr. Chair, with that, I'd like to turn this to one of my colleagues, but ask that you please put me at the bottom of the speaking list.
Thank you, Ms. Church. Madame Lapointe, you're up next.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I listened to my colleague attentively, and I learned a new word, fishing expedition. It's incredible, huh? Well, I agree with her. It is a fishing expedition. If we look at Mr. Barrett's motion tabled on April 21st, requires that the Privy Council office provide with on the 15th day of each month with a report detailing each time an assessment was undertaken relating to the application of the Prime Minister's Conflict of Interest screen. Pursuant to the assessment tool on the application of the Prime Minister's Conflict of Interest screen, including assessments originating in the PCO or any department from the previous month, that these reports include 1. A summary of each instance where any assessment was triggered. If I reread the notice of motion by Mr. Barrett, it's for the benefit of those who are listening. 2. The record of the outcome of each analysis. 3. any records or of discussions or considerations that are in the possession of the PCO or any department related to each analysis. And 4, correspondence related to each analysis, including emails, text messages, instant messages, and other records of conversations. That the first report be provided to the committee by no later than June 15, 2026. And it shall include the complete set of information for each assessment since the Prime Minister's Conflict of Interest screen came into effect. In the motion, B, orders the production of the Prime Minister's travel itineraries and related records for all international travel that he has taken since he became the Prime Minister, that are in the possession of the Privy Council Office, the Prime Minister's Office, or any federal government department, and that these include but not be limited to each meeting the Prime Minister attended and every attendee at those meetings, and that these documents be provided to the committee in both official languages and without redaction within 6 weeks of the adoption of this motion. Interesting, but very hard to achieve all of that. It will slow down the entire government process, but also the departments and even our committee. If I come back, my colleague spoke earlier about the conflict of interest screen for the Prime Minister and the evaluation grid. Marc-André Blanchard and the Privy Council, Michael Sabia, came to explain to us here at committee, as my colleague said, last fall. I will reread what Michael Sabia said. It was the first meeting that we held. He came to meet with us. In his opening letter, he said, Mr. Chair, committee members, I think we all know that democracy around the world is under pressure from many sources. Misinformation on social media, globalization, and a series of health crises, all of these have contributed to this moment. This was last fall. At that time, the Middle Eastern conflict was not underway. That has further complicated things with this war between the United States and Iran. Things are not any calmer now. I come back to the text by Mr. Sabia. That being said, according to organizations like the OECD and nonprofits like Freedom House, the quality of Canadian democracy is still very good compared to the rest of the world. That's good news. Why? I suppose that there are a number of reasons, but there is a culture of integrity that we benefit from here. It is deeply anchored in our society. The integrity of public office holders and the public servants. This culture of integrity is the very cornerstone of solid democracy. Canada is a solid democracy. Although the culture is difficult to quantify, as we all know, we see all around us the proof of the quality of Canadian democracy. It is found in our rules, in our legislation, and our processes. For example, all Canadian public servants are subject to a code of values and ethics, which is quite rigorous. One of the highly relevant topics for our conversation is obviously the matter of the Conflict of Interest Act. This plays an important role in the strengthening of this culture of integrity. The work of our committee also plays an important role in this respect because it ensures that Parliament oversees the Conflict of Interest Act and it maintains transparency and that contributes to Canadian democracy. Concerning the blind trust, and that's what Mr. Sabia said, this screen, the Prime Minister is subject to the requirements of the Conflict of Interest Act. Furthermore, the Prime Minister and the Ethics Commissioner approved a public statement on the observation measures, including the screen and the blind trust. As already mentioned by the Ethics Commissioner, the Blind Trust and the screen were established to promote transparency and public trust in the decision-making process in Canada. I think that we all know very well about these screens. They've existed for many years in public institutions and private institutions, and they have been applied by governments of all stripes. And we talk about different public, well, there's so many, it's either the Conservatives or us that have been in power. And I would remind you that the Conflict of Interest Act and tools like the screen were established to allow governments of all stripes and levels to ensure the integrity of the decision-making process. How does this system work? We created a rigorous process for applying the screen, which was fully approved by the Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Sabia said this. At first, a decision-making process is likely to trigger the application of the screen are flagged to senior management of departments and organizations as soon as they arise. And then departments and PCO proceed with a rigorous examination case by case. At this, if there's any doubt about the need to apply the screen, it is immediately established. And why? So that caution is always favored. To cohesively apply the principles that underpin the screen, we created an evaluation tool that creates a framework to facilitate the analysis, and we sent this rigorous framework, which my colleague explained previously, to ensure that it is drafted properly. I'm coming back. Public servants, if we talk about the screen tool, public servants receive rigorous training across the public service, particularly in the most relevant departments. The evaluation tool and training materials have been studied in depth and were assessed by the Ethics Commissioner. I have a lot of admiration for all Canadian public servants. They're very rigorous, and I thank those who are working here today at the committee who support us and who allow us to do our work. I'll come back to the text. After the work carried out in the departments and at the Privy Council office, the Undersecretary issues a recommendation about the application of the screen. As administrator of the filter, Mr. Sabia examines this recommendation and makes a decision. As you know, all of the councils in the public service go through the clerk of the Privy Council. This gives an overview on the role of the administrator that Mr. Sabia plays. This role is, in his eyes, a very important one. Finally, the decisions are communicated to the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Marc-André Blanchard, the number 2 administrator for approvals and implementations. Although the Conflict of Interest Act does not require the disclosure of how a screen is applied, it transmits as much information as possible to Canadians and to the committee. We applied the screen on 13 files. Each of the 13 files, without exception, was validated by the Office of the Commissioner of Ethics. Under the principles of the evaluation tool, guided by the Office of the Commissioner, the filter did not apply to this file. In 5 of the 7 files, there was no direct link between the companies targeted by the filter. Some of them concern tax measures, general tax measure. The screens applied to 6 files, and the Ethics Commissioner was clear the Prime Minister must not be aware of these files before a decision be made public. In other words, that would cover the objective of the main objective of the screen. The Prime Minister is not aware for 4 of the 6 files. Any final decision was made. It is certain that you will have questions on these, and I would be happy to speak to them if you would like, and he responded to questions from the committee. To sum up, According to Michael Sabia, the role of the private counsel, there is a very rigorous system that has been built with a great deal of care and caution. The public service is aware of its responsibility to always ensure the integrity of the institution, which is the Prime Minister's office. He answered our questions. That was from Michael Sabia, who was answering our questions, who joined us for an hour. And also Marc-André Blanchard came on another date and met with the committee to answer our questions. And I will summarize what he said to us. He also came last fall, and obviously he was pleased to appear before our committee to discuss his responsibilities as the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, particularly as an administrator of the verification mechanism set out between the Prime Minister and the Ethics Commissioner's office. In last April, when the Prime Minister was elected in a context of economic stability and under growing pressure from on democratic institutions, that was last fall, as I said previously, we still were not experiencing what is happening in the Middle East and the conflict around the world. Canadians chose Mark Carney because of his great experience in the public and private sectors. They didn't elect him in spite of his private sector experience, but rather because of it. I think Canadians understood, and we have 3 new MPs in our caucus. Canadians have continued to give their trust to Mark Carney, and they've understood that if we want to build a stronger and more resilient economy, which is strongest in the G7, only Mark Carney's experience is fundamental. The confidence, public trust is an essential component for any government. During this, we have the highest ethical standards for a Prime Minister, and he's set them for himself and for those who work with him in his office and in his government. To preserve Canadians' trust, he needs to ensure that the conflict of interest screen on which the Prime Minister and the Ethics Commissioner have agreed be implemented, preventing out of caution. You all know that Mr. Blanchard administers the screen, and one of his main duties consists of ensuring that the Prime Minister is not in a situation of conflict of interest. As we all know, the conflict of interest screen is a measure that is approved by the Ethics Commissioner in accordance with the requirements of the Conflict of Interest Act. The fundamental objective of the screen is to prevent conflicts of interest. It serves as a mechanism for detecting matters that fall under categories set out by the Ethics Commissioner. It is an administrative mechanism and a procedural mechanism founded on the principles of transparency and integrity set out in the Act. The conflict of interest screens are used in legal affairs. I'm sorry.
All the MPs around the table and staffers as well. Make sure your phone is on silent because there is a sound. It's an Outlook sound that the interpreters are picking up. That's having an impact on their ability to do that. So just make sure your phones are on silent, please. Okay, Madame
Oui.
Lapointe, continuez s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Donc,
So I'll get back to my conflict of interest screen, which is a measure to comply with the directives of the Ethics Commissioner under the Conflict of Interest Act. The fundamental objective of this screen is to prevent conflicts of interest. It is a mechanism for detecting, reporting, and redirecting matters that are established by the Ethics Commissioner. It is an administrative and procedural mechanism founded on the principles of transparency and integrity set out in the Act. Conflict of interest screens are frequently used, as I said earlier, in the legal and commercial sectors and are also constitute an effective means of managing potential conflicts of interest for people working within government. Recognizing the reasonable character of the conflict of interest screen within government, the Federal Court of Appeal confirmed this. This practice to publicly disclose potential conflicts of interest for each public office holder before a problematic situation arises is an eminently reasonable means of assuring the objectives of the Act. The Ethics Commissioner determined that use of a blind trust and a conflict of interest screen constituted an appropriate means for Prime Minister Mark Carney. During his appearance before you, the Ethics Commissioner confirmed that the Prime Minister put all of his assets in a blind trust, and he added, to avoid a situation where he would be making a decision knowing that this would increase the value of one of the companies in which he has assets. It is in this context that the Prime Minister and the Ethics Commissioner established a preventative filter. The Clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Sabia, and Marc-André Blanchard, as the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, are the administrators of the screen. The Commissioner said we need to be pragmatic. Everything that is presented to the Prime Minister for decision-making goes through one or the other of these two men, or both, so that they are the main people responsible for managing what is in his office. It is therefore logical that they are the ones who ensure that they do not interfere in this type of thing. It is important to highlight that the role of Mr. Blanchard consists first and foremost of preventing conflicts of interest. He assumes this responsibility as a screen administrator with the greatest seriousness. In practice, the Privy Council office and the Prime Minister's office communicate constantly between themselves. Even at some meetings are planned without the private, no decisions are made, should be made without the participation of public servants. It's very important what I just said. So we need to ensure that the Prime Minister is always well placed for decisions that he will make. The Privy Council office and Marc-André Blanchard ensure that on all occasions of a decision-making, the screen is always in place to ensure that they make the proper decisions. The filter is managed daily by the PCO. Daily. When a department or an organization takes a political decision, there's an update or any other document destined for the PMO, this document is subject to an evaluation tool established by the PCO with the help of the Ethics Commissioner. This tool allows them to determine whether the filter applies. This filter, earlier, my colleague, Ms. Church, explained it more specifically. It's responsibility for the governance of the Privy Council office to proceed with a diligent verification and analyze all of the relevant information is taken into account. The recommendation is subject to the Clerk of the Privy Council, and once the Clerk has established his position, his office sends it to the PMO for their agreement. When the two administrators of the screen are in agreement, the decision is sent to the person responsible for governance at the PCO to continue the implementation. Currently, all recommendations by the public service have been confirmed by the clerk, Michael Sabia, and Marc-André Blanchard. If they conclude that the filter does not apply, the departments and the organizations have no other action to take. In the case where the conclusions are positive, the departments must clearly indicate that the documents are subject to the screen. These documents are not shown to the Prime Minister, and they are not discussed in front of him. The screen is applied preventively. As soon as the analysis indicates that there needs to the screen needs to apply, access is restricted awaiting a final decision. Mr. Blanchard said that the system currently in place to avoid the Prime Minister finding himself in a conflict of interest is one of the most complete and rigorous that he has observed in his career. It is proactive, preventive, and above all, extremely rigorous due to the high level of sensitivity within government. That was Marc-André Blanchard. We also had the Ethics Commissioner, the Conflicts of Interest Commissioner, who said that the conflict of interest screen, and this is Conrad von Finkenstein who said so, is a method that was approved by the Court of Appeal, the Federal Court of Appeal, and which helps the administration of the Act under the Conflict of Interest Act. It is a preventive measure. We don't want there to be a conflict of interest that arises that obliges the Prime Minister to recuse himself. For that reason, these gentlemen are responsible for administering the screen, and they observe whether documents contain something, and they determine whether the Prime Minister needs to recuse himself. If there is a possible conflict of interest, they will avoid having the document shown to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is only informed at the moment when the decision comes into effect, so there is no chance of changing his decision. In short, it is a preventive measure that is approved by the Court of Appeal. Mr. Sabia and Mr. Blanchet are the people who are responsible for all of the documents that arrive before the Prime Minister, both bureaucratic and political, both with a large team supporting them who examine what goes in front of the Prime Minister and if there's a possibility of conflict of interest. If so, the document is not presented to the Prime Minister. Representatives of the Prime Minister's office explain to the committee what they do to manage the screen. And I believe, based on their testimony, that it is a measure that is working well. I'm not the one who's saying so, it's the Commissioner. So if that is addressing Part A of Mr. Barrett's motion, well, I would say that that's already being managed by the screen and the Blind Trust. So if we come back to the Privy Council screen, in summary, the Commissioner has established that the controls currently measured are effective to prevent the appearance of conflict of interest. The Prime Minister and his team have worked transparently, and they came before the committee. We asked, and they came. The Privy Council office has committed to, in a letter, to provide the committee with quarterly updates and details on conflicts of interest triggers by the Prime Minister. He said that he should not be informed of the application of a control before a decision is finalized and made public in order to avoid any potential conflict of interest. Asking this level of detail when the report is already being provided to us would be of no real usefulness and would simply slow down the work of public officials. That is the first part. The committee that we sit on, Ethics Committee, is here we are supposed to examine the Lobbying Act, the Conflict of Interest Act, the Ethics Act, but instead of that, we're focusing on these motions that just waste time. The mandate of a committee, most standing committees are monitoring a department or departments, and they look at legislative work sent to them by the House of Commons. They look at the effectiveness of policies and spending, and we are here to talk about ethics, lobbying, and conflict of interest. Committees are free to undertake studies in the exercise of their mandate. That is what we do. The House also asks them sometimes to study matters. The House systematically sends the following subject to our standing committee: bills, matters to be studied in depth, reports, and other reports tabled in the House under the Parliament of Canada Act. And then the budgets for which money is allocated for government activities. Appointments proposed by the government related to non-legal, non-judicial appointments. There could be a new commissioner, for example. Petitions and questions on the order paper. So we are lucky. We work in a democracy that works. And under Chapter 3, privileges and immunities, the right to proceed with investigations. And under the House of Commons, that's Chapter 3, the privileges and immunities. It's found on the web. the rights to proceed with investigations and to summon witnesses and order the production of documents. That's what we're doing right now, the production of documents. And 3.43, according to the preamble and section 18 of the Constitution Act 1867, Parliament enjoys the right to proceed with investigations, to summon witnesses, and to order the production of documents for their proper functioning. These rights are as ancient as Parliament itself, and the only limitation that the House can impose on itself is that the investigation must deal with a subject falling under the legislative jurisdiction of Parliament, particularly when witnesses must be heard from and there is use of the penal jurisdiction of Parliament. This falls someone can be summoned and they can be forced to testify about their respective field of study. I would remind you that the first clerk of the government did not hesitate. The top clerk, the Marc-André Blanchard, came, and we talked earlier. He spoke about how things worked. And I come back to the standing order. In a broad measure, these rights are exercised. We are the Ethics Committee. The powers are delegated to us under the rules. We are authorized as a standing committee to undertake studies on a variety of topics falling under departments. Furthermore, the House can send other issues for study when it is studying a particular matter. The committee may desire to hear from public servants, stakeholders, or other organizations. In most cases, the witnesses are invited to appear before committee at their wish, but if they refuse, they can be summoned. The House can order that a witness appear. If the witness refuses, they can be declared in contempt and other measures. That has applied in the Official Languages Act. We invited the President and CEO of Air Canada, and he did not come before the Official Languages Committee. But with that said, there was nothing else to do but to come meet with us and to answer the thorny questions that Air Canada is facing. 345. Committees do not have the power to require the presence of the sovereign, of the Governor General, senators, members of other legislative assemblies, or individuals from outside of Canada. When they are outside of Canada, we cannot force them to appear before the committee. If an MP refuses to testify, the committee can send the matter to the House, and the House can rule on it, although senators may appear at their will before a committee. The House can adopt a motion asking that a message be sent to the Senate, authorizing the senator in question to appear. For the purposes of an investigation, the committee can order the production of documents. Ordering the production of documents when we already have a filter and a blind trust. Most of the time, these are government reports of statistics, service notes, information notes submitted on a voluntary basis. The nature of these documents likely to, believe me, there are colleagues across the way who would really have a lot of imagination. But there's a report from 1991 on the Standing Committee on Privileges. Also, the House of Commons delegates to its committee the power to invite witnesses and to require the production of documents. It's a well-established fact that Parliament has the right to be submitted all of the admissible documents for the purposes of its information, the documents that it feels to need. That's where the thing that is really interesting here. There's already a screen and a blind trust that are properly administered, and when the Conflict of Interest Commissioner said that the application is working very well and it's an officer of Parliament, as my colleague said previously, these are not political people. These are nonpartisan appointments.
Going back to the text, the power to compel the production of people and documents are absolute, but it is uncommon that these powers are exercised without taking into consideration the public interest. What are we talking about? The interests of Canadians. The House of Commons recognizes that it cannot compel the production of documents in each case. Therefore, considerations regarding official policies, regarding national security, foreign affairs, or other factors can have an impact on the decision to compel the production of documents. All right, so we're getting through this.
La présidence a toutefois précisé que le
The
droit...
chair, however, has said that the absolute authority to compel the production of documents does not apply de facto to information requests presented by individual MPs. If anyone is opposed to a committee request or does not take it into account, the committee can table a motion, as in this case, ordering the production of those documents. Otherwise, the committee may not do anything on its own except send a question back to the chamber. Therefore, afterwards, it is the purview of the chamber to order the production of these documents, and the House may do so by adopting a motion, as in the present case, or by adopting a report of the committee. The House can also impose disciplinary measures, and people can be brought to the bar of the chamber. And then there's Article 347 regarding how committees work. In November 2009, who was here back in 2009? Mr. Bourassa? No, he was elected at the same time. So in 2009, none of us were here. So anyways, in November 2009, the Special Committee on the Canadian-Afghan mission said in the chamber that privilege was breached because the government had not followed up on its request to produce documents on the detention of Afghani soldiers by Canadian soldiers. The House of Commons came up with an order to compel the production of documents, but the government refused, saying that it was a question of national security. Members raised questions of privilege based on the fact that the House may request documents. The Minister of Justice insisted on the fact that this right is somewhat circumscribed because the government has the must protect any information related to national security. So this was back in 2009, and we're talking, in fact, about national security. In his decision, Speaker Milliken said that it was up to the House to subpoena the production of documents, and this was not going against the separation of powers between the legislative and the executive. Therefore, the Speaker said that the government refusing to respect the order of the House seemed to be a prima facie breach of privilege. However, Speaker Milliken gave the parties 2 weeks to create a mechanism by which documents could be produced while taking into account the privileges of the House, but also national security. During the second session of the 43rd Parliament, the China-Canada Relationship Special Committee looked into allegations targeting some scientists in Winnipeg. In its study, the committee ordered the production of documents many times over. That request was sent to the Public Health Agency of Canada. The agency decided not to produce the documents, and the committee asked the House to compel the production of documents, as opposed to following up on the committee's request. The chamber gave right to the opposition motion. So it was the production of non-redacted documents. And in the following days, a letter was sent to House Counsel saying that documents had not been produced as per the motion. The following day, a question of privilege was raised. In his June 16, 2021 decision, Speaker Rota said that the agency was worried by the order of the chamber and was worried that the House would not take the necessary measures to protect the national security. However, Speaker Rota also said that that committee does not stem from Parliament or is not under the purview of Parliament. Nothing in the Act restrains the privilege of the Chamber to compel the production of documents, even documents that can have an impact on national security. It is up to the House and not to the government. It is up to the House and not the government to decide which documents should be examined by the Chamber. But I come back to what we were saying earlier. The Commissioner, the Conflicts of Interest Commissioner, said that the screen was a method that was approved by the Federal Court of Appeal and that helped administering the Conflict of Interest Act. It is a preventive measure, said the Commissioner. We don't want the Prime Minister to be in a conflict of interest. So I read rules and testimonies, and that was in response to the first part of Mr. Barrett's motion. And Mr. Barrett also asks, in the second part of its motion, at B, asks that all the itineraries, all the travel itineraries and related records for international travel for the Prime Minister be produced. And he asks as such from any other department. And Prime Minister Carney became, March 14, 2025, the Prime Minister. We had a general election, and tomorrow we will be celebrating 1 year since the election, since the last election. So Prime Minister Carney was elected 24th Prime Minister of Canada. If we want to see where the Prime Minister traveled, it's information that's very easy to find. The Prime Minister traveled 18 times and visited 25 countries over the last year since being elected as leader of the Liberal Party. So he went once to Australia, once to Belgium, once to China, in Egypt, in Germany, in India, in Japan, in Latvia, in Malaysia, in Mexico, in Netherlands, in Norway, in Poland, in Qatar, in Singapore, in South Africa, in Switzerland, in South Korea, in Ukraine, in the UAE, and at the Vatican. And he traveled twice to France, 3 times to Great Britain, and he went 4 times to the United States. I hope everyone remembers that since the election of the president in the country south of us, everything changed geopolitically speaking, and we don't have the choice but to open up new markets. I'm also fortunate to sit on another committee, the Foreign Trade Committee. During my first mandate, I sat for 3 years on that committee, and now I'm fortunate to sit again on this committee. And I can tell you that everything has changed since my first mandate, and we don't have a choice but to open up trade with other countries and to see how we can be shackled to our neighbor to the south. We need to open up new markets. This is what the PM is doing. When Prime Minister Carney went to France, of course, he met with President Macron. That was not too long ago. He went to Britain, I said. Well, he met with rather King Charles. And he also met the British Prime Minister in London. And, well, regarding the United States, we know that he met Donald Trump on a few occasions. And we need to continue working with our allies. We need to continue working with the United States. But we also need to open up our horizons. He went to Italy, to Rome. He also went to Pope Leo's inauguration when he was sworn in. Well, not quite sworn in, but, when he was elected as Pope. And he went to Belgium as well. It was very important. He met with Ms. Ursula von der Leyen of the European Union. That's also important. The Netherlands. And he was there for NATO, for the 2025 NATO summit. By the way, NATO, that is something. We need to make sure that NATO works as best as it can, and we need to make sure that all state members pay their share. You know that we have achieved the 2% objective as promised. We ensured that Canada invested in its defense, and we've ensured that our forces, our men and women in the armed forces, have all the tools at their disposal to defend Canadian sovereignty. And by the way, we're in a very, very vast country, and we need to take good care of it. Now, Ukraine. I don't think I need to tell you that it was important to visit Ukraine. It's really hard what's going on over there. They're a democracy, and we need to support them, encourage them. And Poland and Germany. Same thing, Latvia and Mexico. Well, Mexico. Well, they're part of CUSMA. We need to keep meeting with our Mexican counterparts. I mean, our trade is so integrated, right, between all three trading partners, Mexico, U.S., Canada. We need to keep the dialogue open. And the United States, well, we're going to keep traveling to the United States, I'm sure. And well, Egypt. There's so much going on in that corner of the world. You know, think of what's going on in the West Bank, in Israel, in Gaza, in Lebanon. It's really hard. And Malaysia. It was for the Asian Summit, the Southeast Asian market, and that's a very promising market because the people there really appreciate the know-how and the products of Canada. Singapore, same thing. And South Korea. And that was the APEC summit back in November. And then there were the UAE. By the way, it's important to maintain relationships with all these stakeholders because if we want to ensure Canada's prosperity and if we want to invest in infrastructure as we've promised, we need to form alliances. South Africa, it was for the G20 that happened back in November. That's why the Prime Minister was there at that time. And China, point of order, Mr. Chair. And I'm talking here about the trip. This is in the motion. Mr. Hardy, I just arrived. I'm just, is this Geography 101 or are we talking about the motion? Are we talking to the motion or the fact that we have interactions with other people? I'm listening to Ms. Lapointe, and I do believe she is speaking to the motion, Mr. Hardy. So, Ms. Lapointe, please go on. Mr. Hardy, do you want me to summarize what I said since the beginning? I can start from the top.
Hey, can we let's have some order here, please. We're going to continue with Madame Lapointe. Go ahead, allez, Madame Lapointe.
Go ahead, Ms. Lapointe. All right. Mr. Hardy, what I was doing as you came in, just to make sure why I was talking about the various countries as you came in, is that in the motion of your colleague, Mr. Barrett, and I'll reiterate this because perhaps you don't remember this, but it requires the production of the Prime Minister's travel itineraries and related records for all international travel he has taken. Oh, sorry about the ringing of my phone.
Phone's on silent because it's distracting. It's distracting to the interpreters. Thank you.
Là, je suis rendu à la deuxième.
So I was at the second line of B, Mr. Hardy, of the motion. All right, so just to make sure that we're on the same page here. So, production of Prime Minister's travel itineraries, related records for all international travel he has taken since he became the Prime Minister that are in the possession of the Privy Council office. When did he come into office? I said that earlier. It was March 14. 2025. And for your benefit, Mr. Hardy, allow me to reiterate that tomorrow we will celebrate the 1 year of the election of Prime Minister Carney. Yes, we're going to celebrate that 1 year election tomorrow, April 28th. Anyway, so in the motion, we want to have all the documents related to the Prime Minister travel since he came into office. And when was that? Remember that? March 14. And we're talking about every attendee at the meetings attended by the Prime Minister, and that these documents be provided to the committee in both official languages. Ms. Lapointe, I heard, once again,
I suspect that this one is coming from one of the Surface Pros back there, but it's actually interrupting the chair, and it's interrupting the interpreters as well. So please keep your phones and your laptops or anything else that makes noise on silent, please. Commencez.
Désolée pour les interprètes, c'est vraiment difficile. C'est très...
Sorry for the interpreters. I understand it's really hard, and I have to say, for me, it's hard to concentrate when there's a lot of noise surrounding me. You know, I understand it. It's hard for me to focus on what I want to say, but nevertheless, I'll power through and say that, as the motion says, this must be provided to the committee in both official languages without redaction within 6 weeks of the adoption of the motion. So here I was talking about the Prime Minister's travel since coming into office, 17 trips, 25 countries, and I was in China when you asked your question, dear colleague. I was in China. Well, China. That was that travel occurred in January, and then he went to Qatar and then to Switzerland in Davos. Do you want me to quote what the Prime Minister said in Davos? He said, "If you're not sitting at the table, you're on the menu," and I think that is a sentence that.
Go ahead.
I just, did you give the total catering amount? I think I missed it in the translation.
That's not a point
J'ai
of
parlé
order.
du Qatar. Non, j'ai parlé du Qatar, mais là, j'étais rendu en Suisse.
I was talking about Qatar, but now I'm in Switzerland. I'm in Davos, and that was for the World Economic Forum in Davos.
Continue on here, Madame Lapointe.
Ouais. Il y a eu aussi l'Australie au mois de mars.
And
Le-
also the PM traveled to Australia in March and Japan. And Japan is one of the places where we can hope our trade will grow. They love our agricultural products in Japan. A colleague earlier today was talking about lobster fishing, while the Japanese love to buy our lobster products. And PM Carney went to Norway on NATO-related business. And NATO, I'll say it again, it's important to focus on this. Every state member is working really hard at this alliance. So we went once again to Great Britain and once to Italy. And there is more travel coming down the pipe. The PM will go to the Dominican Republic for a summit that's upcoming. So this is a synthesis of the Prime Minister's travels. I can also give you the topics, subjects at hand, but I could go at length. But I do think I spoke to the motion in its entirety. Well, thank you, dear colleague, for those compliments. But this information regarding the Prime Minister's travel is already available. Everybody knows the objectives. I told you about his travel to Switzerland. In Davos, the Prime Minister spoke and Canadians understood. How often did Canadians tell me, Linda, this is incredible. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. People understood right away what he meant with that. And as I said, we need to open up trade. We have very interesting motions regarding our future work on the table at the Foreign Trade Committee, and maybe this would inspire you, dear colleagues. We can, for example, open up new markets in Africa. There's the Mercosur Alliance. There's South Africa, South America, all the Indo-Pacific countries, and Europe. We can't be as vulnerable from a trading perspective, especially considering what's happening down south. So thank you very much, but I'm happy to speak again to this motion.
More than glad to come back.
Okay.
Merci.
Merci, Madame Lapointe. Before I go to Mr. Suspend for a couple of minutes just to allow for a break. Okay? So for no, we're just going to we'll resume at 5 o'clock. Suspension here. Next on the list, on the motion, I've got Mr. Sane. Mr. Sane, in the words of Pat Benatar, hit us with your best shot, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, we've been at the Ethics Committee meeting for last 10 months. It seems to me that the Ethics Committee, or my friends on the opposite side, only has one agenda, and that agenda is fishing expedition of something we knew that there's nothing there. The other thing is, it seems to me that our country is going through some very difficult time, and the members on the opposite side just want to make sure they derail the government agenda of building a strong Canada. In the last 8 months, 10 months, we have heard constantly that the Canadians don't have faith in our government and the Prime Minister. I just wanted to remind that a year ago, we went through the election where the people of Canada elected a Prime Minister that they say we have trust and faith in it. They had two choices. They had leader of the opposition who even couldn't hold his own seat. Canadian elected a Prime Minister who they believe was the right person at the right time just to lead the country in a difficult time.
Sorry. I'm losing, I lost just volume. Did he say Canadians elected a minority government, if you could just clarify?
I believe that's what he said.
Okay, a
Mr.
minority government.
Just make sure you have your piece in, Mr. Davidson.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Mr. Sane, please go ahead.
We heard a lot of testimonies from a lot of experts who have said the best system in the world to look after ethics is in Canada. Not only from Canadian, we also heard witnesses from overseas who have said Canadian ethics are the best when it comes to anywhere in the world. But we still continue ignoring those things. We also heard from Mr. Turnbull said you cannot create ethic law based on one person. But it seemed to me my friends on the opposite have only one person in mind, and that is the Prime Minister of Canada. And it's sad that we are working under those circumstances. I also wanted to find out what are we trying to address here. The proposal or that Mr. Barrett has put the most of the information is already there, and it's very effectively done. All the systems are in places and functioning as they are intended. The Ethics Commissioner has confirmed that the Prime Minister's conflict of interest screen is an effective preventive tool. Its purpose is to stop conflict before they arise. And by all account, it is doing what the purpose of that was. We also heard directly that the Prime Minister, before he became Prime Minister, have put everything in a blind trust. And those blind trust is not something that the Prime Minister started. They've been going on for years. And every Prime Minister, whether they were conservative or liberal, has used them as effectively. So we already have the transparency that is required in its place. What is being proposed today to ask for further monthly reporting on the external, internal records and broad categories of communication along with detailed travel information. My colleague, Mrs. LaPlante, has went through the places Prime Minister has gone to and the purpose of that. And his travel has been very successful. If you look at, we have the best economy as far as our economy is supposed to be doing what it is doing. We have created more jobs than what our friends keep telling us, United States. They lost 6,000 jobs, whereas in Canada, we gained 80,000 jobs. That tells that the travel that Prime Minister is doing and the work that he is doing is working and paying what it is supposed to do. We also heard from Ethics Commissioner that safeguards which are essential are there. They are there to ensure that the Prime Minister is not aware of the screen isn't applied until decisions are finalized and made public. The protection exists to preserve the integrity and independence of that process. There is also a practical side to this. Public servants are already meeting the current reporting requirements. Adding a much more frequent and detailed reporting structure would require significant amount of time and resources, which inevitably means less capacity for other important work. And that concern to the role of this committee. We have before us important studies and responsibilities, including work related to the Lobbying Act and other reports that require careful attention. These are issues that have a direct impact on Canadians and their lives, and where our efforts can make a more meaningful differences. Transparency is essential, and accountability matters. At the same time, it is worth considering whether increasing the volume and frequency of reporting necessarily leads to a better oversight, especially when systems have already been validated and reporting is already underway. So the question becomes how to ensure we maintain strong accountability while also being mindful of the effectiveness, proportionality, and the priorities that matter most to the Canadian in these times. I'm going to talk about the conflict of interest. A point of order, Mr. Chair. If Mr. Davidson has any question, he need to allow the other people respectful dignity, and I don't see that. And this has happening past week, same thing. And I would respect that if you let people continue doing what they are doing.
Go ahead, Mr. Saini. Go ahead.
Professor Laurie Turnbull a critical distinction between soft and hard approaches to ethics regulation, arguing that the concept of apparent conflict of interest belongs in a code of conduct, not in legislation, and told the committee enforcing that into a law is a different thing. I think the appearance of conflict of interest is problematic. It can cause a trust problem with the public. There's a reason to enumerate that in a code, enumerating it into a law starts to create problem in terms of back and forth around whether they really on appearance. How do you get into the legality of that if you are going to start finding people in terms of administration monitoring penalty? That's messy to me. This is a legislation, not an aspiration, and the consequences of getting it wrong are severe. Scott Thurlow pointed to the fundamental difficulty of proving the appearance of conflict objectively and warned that including apparent conflict of interest in the act would create more problem than it would solve. Michael Warnick, with a decade of experience at the highest level in the public service, cautioned that the concept as well, stating, I don't think you can describe potential issues of perceived conflict in the future in a way that can be supported, including in principle. Consider that extending the act to apparent conflict would make it harder to apply. The majority general application of rules. The majority recommend narrowing the exclusion of decision of general application, particularly as it applies to the Prime Ministers and the Parliament secretaries. This recommendation, if implemented, could render senior members of the executive unable to govern. Blind trust. Let's start with the fact that the Federal Ethics Commissioner has confirmed that the Prime Minister is in full compliance, assets in a blind trust, no communication with the trustee, and a rigorous conflict of interest screen operating exactly what as it should. The two administration of the screen, the most senior civil servant, Michael Xavier, and Mark Blanchard, are not minor figures. These are the two of the most senior and experienced people in Canadian public life. Mr. Blanchard described the system as one of the best, comprehensive and rigorous. He had seen it in his entire career. Mr. Xavier said it was every bit as rigorous as any screen he has screened in private sector, pretty much over. The commissioner himself confirmed to the committee that the screen is working well, that there are the provincial commissioners, Ontario Integrity Commissioner Caroline Motherwell, one unequivocal. She is described blind trust as essential tools and told this committee she had not seen evidence with my experience thus far that indicate that trust does not work. We had Quebec's ethics commissioner. He said the same opinion. She has been working in her jurisdiction to suggest blind trust due and noted that additional compliance measures can be done if we needed to. And if that wasn't enough, Federal Court of Appeal, the highest court in this land, has confirmed that the conflict of interest screens are a lawful and reasonable exercise of the Commissioner's authority. This is a settled law. So let's be honest about what happens here. The opposition had before them the Federal Ethics Commissioner, two sitting provincial commissioners, the Federal Court of Appeal decision, and two of the most respected administrators in the country, all pointing to the same thing, that the system that we have are very vigorous. We continue, the friends on the opposition continue ignoring all of those facts. Professor Laurie Turnbull drew a very clear distinction of apparent conflict of interest belongs in code of conduct, not in legislation. Her words were direct, enumerating it into a law, states to create problems in terms of back and forth around whether there really is an appearance. Michael Warwick, the former clerk of the city of the Privy Council, cautioned that perceived conflict cannot be described in legislation with a lot of clarity. And Scott Thurlow, warning that this would create more problems than it would solve. Perhaps most telling story came from Guy Girano, former Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister Harper, who supported the idea of principle, considered that extending the act to apparent conflict would make it hard to apply. Then there is the practical reality that Professor Andrew Stark put squarely on the table, that an ethics commissioner could find themselves compelled to rule on allegations manufactured by political opponents on social media in a parliament system built on adversarial debate. This is not a hypothetical issue. This is a certainty that my friends continue pushing for. We believe that this recommendation would impact vague and highly subjective legal standard into federal legislation, and that the unintended consequences of getting that wrong are serious. Let's be clear about the general application. Exemption actually is. It's not a loophole, it's a foundational feature of ethics legislation that exists in virtually every regime across Canada. The Federal Court of Interest Commissioner owns legal counsel confirmed to this committee directly. Scott Thurlow puts the practical consequential penalty. If we don't have a general application rule, will Parliament ever be able to vote on anything? Where do we draw the line with something in front of Parliament that is important for the country to keep going? He went further, pointing to the trade agreement like CUSMA, the federal budget, and the countless other matters when a parliamentarian past experience will inevitably have been bearing. Professor Andrew Stark acknowledged that Prime Minister confirmed in that way would simply be unable to govern effectively. Michael Warnick recommended against expanding the concept of private interest in this direction, noting that many policies, including the federal budget, have implications that touches virtually everyone. What the opposition is proposing is so narrow that this rule specifically for the most senior decision maker in the country, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, that would not strengthen accountability. It would create an unworkable regime at the exact level of the government where effective decision maker matters the most. We, my friends also on the opposite side, talked about tax havens. Let's start with Canada is a leading tax law scholar. Actually told the committee, Professor Alison Christensen, the chair of the law at the McGill University, was categorically a tax haven is not even a technical term. Every country could be accused of being a tax haven. I don't recognize that a term and it cannot be used by you. A lot of Canadian taxes are lower, even lower than the US, and Canada could be considered a tax haven. Are we telling the world that investing in Canada is wrong because Canada is a tax haven? This is the philosophy that my proponents are trying to spread. Scott Thurlow was actually very blunt. I don't like the term tax haven. I think there's a projective aspect of it. When Andrew Coble of the Tax Justice Network acknowledged that clarifying a jurisdiction as a tax haven is often politically driven and inconsistently applied.
So, point out.
Mr. Hardy, pas de règlement?
Mr. Hardy, point of order. I'm just rereading the motion because I want to be prepared. There are a lot of things that have been happening for the last 20 minutes, and we're almost at 3 hours, and a lot of things have been said, so I'm taking notes, and I'm rereading the motion, and I don't see where we talk about tax havens and tax avoidance. We know that the Prime Minister was known to work with this company that uses tax havens, but where do we see that element in the motion? Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
There's nothing in the motion, Mr. Hardy's right, that refers to Brookfield being, in the words of some of our witnesses, largest tax dodger in Canada. So if you can stick to the words of the motion, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the last 8 or 10 months, I have heard nothing more from my opponents talking about tax havens, everything that they can justify to muddy the water and to bring injustice to our honorable Prime Minister. And I find it difficult when other people have opinion, they don't want to listen to those arguments. That was the whole last 10 months that they have spent talking about it.
We're talking about the motion that's in front of us. Mr. Singh?
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, please.
Prime Minister traveling around the world brings a lot of strength, a lot of business, a lot of jobs to this country. And that is evident not by any. The world leaders, the world economists are telling us, and it is proven that his travel that you guys wanted to restrict or wanted to know what's going on is a very beneficial thing to the government to serve this country, to make sure that Canadians have jobs, to make sure that Canada continues to be a country that we can be proud and live in it, and to be part of an exciting nation. And with that, my friend, I'm going to bring my, but I would like to put my name on the list of speakers as we go.
Okay. Even before you asked for that, I put your name on the list of speakers, Mr.
Thank
Saini.
you.
So, Monsieur Sarret, sur la motion, s'il vous plaît. Sur la motion.
On the motion, please, Mr. Sari. Thank you, Chair. I've already spoken to this motion. I spoke to it last Friday. I am opposed on this motion being tabled. It was tabled by my colleague, Mr. Michael Barrett. I had raised certain issues, and over the weekend, I took the time to reflect on all of it. I wanted to see what brought the Member of Parliament to tabling this motion, all while respecting how he sees things and how he wanted to ensure as much transparency as possible. But I would like to remind everyone, and it's very important, why I am very proud to be a part of this ethics committee. Both sides have stated how people don't trust our institutions, and this is significant, whether it be at the federal level or at other government levels. And it is up to us in this committee to see how we can add transparency and rebuild trust for Canadians. Again, there's a way to do things. We can't cause more doubt by asking hypotheticals. I don't think that that's the way we can build trust. In fact, it's a surefire way to undermine Canadians' trust. I would like to start by raising something that seems essential to me. We were chosen to be a part of this committee. We are supposed to work seriously. parliamentary committee has a role to clarify issues and not to perform. And it's with that perspective that I've looked into the motion that we're looking at today. I've said it, and with all due respect for my colleague, Mr. Barrett. And I say it with all of the respect due to the opposition party and their work, Chair. Parliamentary oversight is a pillar of our democracy. It is a right. It is a responsibility. It's something that we take very seriously on this side of the room. Parliamentary oversight is not limited to a quantity of documents. It's not having access to all documents and all communications. It's not a matter of quantity. It is measured by the quality of the work that we can accomplish here. It depends on the relevance of the questions that we bring to the table and that we ask. And it requires an in-depth analysis. So it's not by having too many documents, because having too many is like having too little or too few. And Chair, I would like to remind everyone what we were talking about here and to be as specific as possible. MP Barrett tabled his motion. It includes two things. I believe that my colleagues already quoted them, but the first requires that the Privy Council office to provide the committee on the 15th day of each month with a report detailing each time an assessment was undertaken relating to the application of the Prime Minister's Conflict of Interest screen. The motion is not seeking a summary. We could have understood that. The motion is requesting a report of each assessment. We want information on internal discussions. We want notes, minutes, emails, text messages, instant messages. And the first report would be provided by June 15th. And so it would cover everything included since the implementation of the screen. We talked about the Prime Minister's travel itineraries as well. They're seeking the list of all of the meetings and all the documents in both official languages and without rejection. And the motion seeks to receive all of these documents within 6 weeks. I completely disagree with this because we need to strike a balance, and of course we need to strike a balance between transparency and security. But I would like to take a moment to give a bit of context when we're talking about an ethics screen. I believe that this committee should not lose sight of what the screen is. This committee, and we as members of this committee, have had the opportunity to hear from remarkable witnesses. We've heard from Michael Sabia, Clerk of the Privy Council. We heard from Mr. Marc-André Blanchard, Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. And we also heard from Conrad von Finkenstein. He has great expertise, and we were able to ask him questions here, and we were able to learn a lot from him. Those three witnesses told us that we are focusing on details, and I'm going to repeat myself here. The ethics screen was not invented by this government. It's not something that we created. It's not an opaque mechanism. It's not suspicious. It's a tool for compliance that was developed with the Ethics Commissioner and includes elements from the legislation. It was validated by the Commissioner, and that is something that I wanted to raise and focus on. It was co-developed with the Commissioner, who is independent, and he applies the Conflict of Interest Act. So this tool was supported by the Commissioner, and the Commissioner, again, is an independent person. He was appointed by the Federal Court of Appeal, or rather was recognized as a reasonable and appropriate measure. Mr. Conrad von Finkenstein, who is, of course, neutral and very competent, he explained that the screen is a preventative measure. It's proactive. It works uphill to avoid any conflict of interest. This is an independent person with an expertise that is well respected, and he came to tell us that the screen works on prevention. It seeks to avoid a conflict of interest. And the people who are responsible for documents that are to be given to the Prime Minister, well, they examine these documents in order to avoid any potential conflict of interest. If such a situation is detected, well, then the document is not submitted to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is only made aware of the decision once it has been taken, so that he can have no influence on it. And so I want to repeat it. I repeat that for those who are listening to us. I am not the one who concluded this. This is what was heard at committee following questions that were asked by committee members to the Commissioner. Once a conflict of interest is detected, the Prime Minister is no longer given these documents, and he is told only after the decision is made. This is an institutional and rigorous tool. That is what Mr. Sabia said to us, and he was extremely clear. Mr. Blanchard went even more into detail. He said to us on the day-to-day that PCO and Prime Minister's Cabinet communicate, or Prime Minister's Office communicate, as soon as an organization or a department is working on a document that is supposed to be given to the Prime Minister. The document is assessed using a tool that was developed by the Privy Council with the assistance of the Ethics Commissioner. If the tool indicates that it should be used, well then a recommendation is sent directly to the clerk of the Privy Council, will assess this recommendation, will share this with the Chief of Staff, and then both administrators take a decision together. This is not an improvised tool. It's a proactive, preventive measure that works uphill. It's not something that is done in the dark. It's a very structured and clear process, documented, validated. Experts have qualified it as being well thought out. And they have also said that it is independent. I believe that those across the room have not understood that. And so we need to remind everyone that we are here to talk about this process that is clear and independent. Mr. Sabia said something to us that was very important. As soon as there is any doubt regarding the application of this screen, and we're not even saying that it needs to be applied, if we suspect that it needs to be applied, well, then it automatically is. They always choose to err on the side of caution. And I believe that Mr. Barrett was here when we heard that. We want to avoid any potential problems. There's no avoidance of accountability here. There's a system that takes its obligations very seriously. Mr. Sabia gave us concrete data regarding the 13 files where the screen was used. Each of those was validated by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. In 7 cases, the screen did not apply, given the tool, and in 4 of those, the Prime Minister was not aware, and in the final 2, the decisions have now been made public. People are now aware of those final 2 decisions, including the Prime Minister. We're seeking to receive information with the motion, and I'm wondering why. Why would Mr. Barrett table this motion knowing that we have access to all of this information and knowing that all of his questions have received answers? Chair, I believe that even with my lack of experience, that the questions that I have asked have led us to understand that our system works. Our system is transparent. Chair, the process was well documented, it has been explained here at committee, and it was validated by someone who is independent. And so, again, I wonder why this motion was tabled. We need to look at what the impacts could be. And so, the committee would be receiving the notes, communications, all of this information. It would propose that nothing is protected. I want to be clear before I move on. I defend the fact that all information should be made public, but I do understand that some information needs to be limited because for security reasons. But we need to be able to ask questions, specific questions on decisions that were made, and receive answers that would allow us to see whether or not there were any infringements of the legislation. We need to ask questions to see if obligations were met. We need to ask questions to see whether or not principles were adhered to. That's what this committee does. When we hear from witnesses, we attempt to see whether or not procedures were followed. We seek to see whether or not directives were aligned and whether or not basic principles were followed. That's what we need to do. But this motion is proposing something entirely different. I will never support this kind of logic. It seeks to expose absolutely everything. And it makes no distinction. It has no priorities. It doesn't understand potential institutional impacts. And is that truly what we want to do here at this committee? Chair, in the first part of the motion, asking for internal communications, asking for the minutes and briefings and emails, text messages. That touches upon something that is fundamental in our system. We have a system which is limited. We have principles. If every piece of information can be taken out of context and made public, we're creating a lot of pressure for those who are responsible for analyzing documents. We're asking them to analyze situations that they were not present for and they don't have the context for. They're going to be forced to give advice that will be perhaps less fulsome. And if we don't have complete information, if it is not clear, and that information is shared, well, then we're also being dishonest. People would know that that advice could end up within the hands of a committee, and then in the media, and then again, that would undermine Canadians' trust in their institution. This is a real issue, Chair. This is not theoretical. I'm just trying to follow the logic of what's being requested. And this is not theoretical necessarily. It goes against what this committee seeks to do. Now let's speak about the public servants who work at PCO and departments and at organizations, and they are responsible for carrying out the best analysis possible. Their work relies on their ability to think and to think freely. Their work is also to look into hypotheses and to question preliminary results. If they are constantly exposed to disclosure requests, massive disclosure requests, well, they become more limited, and the quality of public decisions will be negatively impacted. And that's not me saying that. Let's go back to September. I would invite you to listen to what was said by the Access to Information Commissioner. It's in part why I'm reviewing the motion today. If these public servants are exposed to this massive public disclosure, well, it becomes problematic, and the quality of the information will decrease. Again, what I'm saying is based on what's in the motion, but also based on what we've heard from experts who have explained these things to us. People who have worked in public institutions recognize the problems. There's another matter that I would like to raise, another disagreement that I have with Mr. Barrett, all while respecting the work that he is seeking to do. There's the matter of systemic coherence, and what do I mean by that? The ethics screen was created with a goal in mind. It is preventive, proactive, confidential, because confidentiality is a condition for it to be efficient. If the Prime Minister were to know that every internal decision regarding the use of the screen will be made public in the coming weeks, including communications, well, that will have an impact on the nature on the mechanism, including on future decisions and on exploratory discussions that the government could have. I'm not saying that transparency is a bad thing. I support transparency. I'll say it and I'll say it again. Certain compliance tools work best because they are protected. It's true in law, in ethics, especially in business ethics and government affairs, and for government as well. Mr. Blanchard was clear. This system is one of the most exhaustive. It is one of the most rigorous. Mr. Blanchard had a career within Canada and internationally, and he has said that Canada's system is one of the most rigorous that he's seen. And he's not been in his position for 6 months. This is someone with quite the background. He has said that this tool is proactive. Mr. Blanchard also said that it is focused on prevention, that it is rigorous, and that everyone is aware. So everyone who is impacted by this understands the importance of this screen. In reading Mr. Barrett's motion, and perhaps I misunderstood, but Mr. Barrett seems to say that all of that is not enough, that the commissioner who validated all of that was wrong, that the Federal Court of Appeal that recognized how important this tool was, well, that the court is wrong. And I need an explanation so that we can have a more in-depth discussion. I reflected on everything that I said on Friday over the weekend. And we have to explain ourselves. We need to justify our comments. That's why I keep asking Mr. Barrett about the motion. I'm going to now move on to the second part of my comments. This has to do with travel itineraries. And again, we need to remember that this is to be provided without redaction, and that is problematic. And I'll say why. I'll start by the practical elements here. We're talking about records for all international travel since he became the Prime Minister, including all of the meetings, each meeting, every attendee, that these documents be provided in both official languages. So we're going to look, of course, I support the documents being provided in both official languages. And now let's see what that would represent, to have it, all these documents without redaction within 6 weeks. I believe that Ms. Lapointe explained everything very well. We're dealing with a never-before-seen geopolitical situation. Things are changing constantly. The Prime Minister came into this position when we were dealing with a realignment, a geopolitical realignment that was significant. Trade relationships, security alliances, multilateral agreements. Everything is changing. Everything is constantly moving. And the Prime Minister took part in meetings and communications. When you're a prime minister, you might participate in exploratory meetings. And there are people who might not consent to all of their discussions becoming public during those exploratory meetings. The prime minister, as I said, and we're talking about meetings and communications, and the geopolitical landscape is constantly changing. Some of these meetings have a diplomatic element that might be delicate. Some have security elements, national security. Some have to do with negotiations that are ongoing. And so I wonder whether or not this is a good decision to disclose all of this and to make it public. There might be partners in these discussions who might not consent to these exchanges becoming public. Let's go back again, Chair. When we talk about transparency, can we agree or disagree? But could there be some legitimate limits to transparency? This is not a partisan issue. It's a principle that is recognized in all serious democracies. It exists in all countries, mechanisms to protect certain information, all while maintaining its parliamentary oversight. And again, it's the opposition's role to ensure this parliamentary oversight. This mechanism exists because we understand that there could be tension between these two values. I can repeat if you'd like. We are in a democracy. We have these mechanisms in place because we do understand that we need to strike a balance between transparency and security and government efficiency and protecting third parties. Mr. Barrett doesn't seem to recognize those possibilities. He's not trying to find any kind of balance. It's like an open bar. But we need to have information that will allow us to verify whether or not the tools that are in place were used and that the process was followed. Total disclosure is not always the right answer. It's not going to help us find this balance that we're looking for. There's also the matter of resources. And Chair, I appreciate that you have requested that we have a lot of time. We have until 1 o'clock in the morning so that I can explain all of this clearly, and hopefully it'll give me enough time. And I do have a lot of information to share with you. But we need to talk about resources. The last time that I worked until 1:45 in the morning, I was still in the private sector and I was earning a lot more. And I'm pleased to be a part of this committee. My goal, one of my goals, is to have more transparency and to build trust. In order to do so, we all need to work hard, including PCO. PCO needs to work hard. The Prime Minister's office needs to work hard. We are looking at thousands of documents that need to be verified, translated, organized. Entire teams would need to be mobilized. And during that time, these teams would not be available to do the work that they're supposed to do. They won't be able to serve Canadians. They won't be able to advise government. They won't be able to implement public policies. That's important. You can't forget. In Mr. Barrett's motion, it's a recurring report on the 15th of every month. So those documents, those thousands of hours, those will be recurring. I'm not saying to skirt this whole matter of oversight. I'm saying it because we have a responsibility to Canadian taxpayers who are funding these institutions. We need to use government resources properly, and using them for the production of documents that won't be seriously analyzed, that's not transparent. That would be performance. It wouldn't be efficient. With all of the documents being requested, it would take hours to prepare them. It would also take us hours to read them. It would take us hours to analyze them, to ask questions. We're not going to send that to AI. So we need to work uphill. So I'm not trying to skirt the matter of oversight. So we're talking about the massive production of documents. I want to support things being efficient and effective, Chair. Now, I'm going to move on to something else. I initially was speaking to two elements of the motion, and now I'm going to move on to another element. What is the goal behind this motion? If Mr. Barrett took the time to write this motion, and knowing Mr. Barrett, and I've been part of this committee with him since September, and I know that he leads us to in-depth thought processes. This is a lengthy motion. Does it have to do with the screen? I wondered whether or not he truly listened to Mr. Sabia and Mr. Blanchard, and I don't think he did. And so it's a fundamental question that I'm asking myself. What is the goal of this motion? If the goal is to ensure that this ethics screen is being applied appropriately, well, we've already gotten an answer to that question. The ethics commissioner validated the system. If the commissioner gave it his seal of approval, then why do we need this motion? Mr. Sabia came to this committee and showed exemplary levels of transparency. He responded to questions asked by the Bloc, asked by Mr. Thériault, questions asked by the Conservatives, and questions asked by the Liberals. He responded to all of our questions. Mr. Sabia was extremely transparent. Mr. Blanchard answered all questions asked and sent in the information that was requested. If the goal of the motion is to ensure that the Prime Minister is not in a conflict of interest, we have received clear answers. The Ethics Commissioner confirmed that the Prime Minister divested and used a blind trust. The screen is in place and it works. The screen is working. I think that we have an answer to the question. What would this motion allow us to do? And I mentioned multiple mechanisms, and I would like to know what those mechanisms aren't doing. And that's what I'm asking Mr. Barrett. Perhaps there are things that we did not have access to, and I want to understand exactly what the goal is here. If the answer is honest, well, we need to see what the motion is seeking to do. Is it for a political agenda? Well, then it wouldn't be aligned with what I would like to do at this committee. I think that we also need to talk about procedural fairness. I'm, again, a very proud member of this committee. This committee has real power and needs to take this power seriously. We heard from quality witnesses here in the room or on Zoom. We received information publicly. I believe that Ms. Lapointe explained this very clearly. I don't want to necessarily come back to it, but we need to focus on principles, and one of those principles is that our questions need to be proportionate to our goals. I'm going to repeat it, and then I'm going to explain myself. One of the principles is that committee requests need to be proportionate to the goals that it is pursuing. That is why I'm looking into this motion. This is a request made by the committee, but is it proportionate to the goal of the committee? I've understood the goals. I wondered if it has to do with conflicts of interest or the screen and whether or not it's sufficient. We have received answers to those questions. If we're looking to have information that covers all of this information, even though there's a system that validates all of this and that is supported by someone who is very independent, then perhaps this request is not proportionate and would not be efficient. This motion covers absolutely everything, protects nothing, and is based on a presumption that things aren't working. And that's why I would like to come back to my in-depth analysis. In reading this motion, we might wonder if there's something that Mr. Barrett knows that we don't know. That's a way of working that does not serve the House of Commons well. It does not serve those who have elected us. Again, when we have such a request at this committee, we need to talk about the possibility of creating a precedent. If we adopt such a motion with complete disclosure, without any kind of filter, without any kind of protection, with a recurring deadline and a tight deadline, then we're creating a precedent here. And it would be disclosure every 15th day, and it would need to be applied. If we apply it here, it would need to be applied elsewhere.
Is the opposition ready to apply the same standard to all past governments? Would it have been applicable? Will it remain applicable in the future? And the real question for me is to understand if it's applicable as we speak, given the geopolitical instability. That's the real question. Would they be comfortable to see this applied to their own operations, to the opposition? And that's democracy if they ever come into office. I'm asking you the question seriously because consistency or integrity depends on consistency. And if this type of request is only applies to one government, then it's important to be honest and recognize what this motion is and that it's a political motion. Mr. Sabia's testimony struck me, and I'd like to come back on some of his points because it deserves recognition. He said that integrity is the foundation of strong democracies and reminded us that all public servants are subject to a thorough ethics or code of ethics. And he also said that the Conflict of Interest Act plays an important role in strengthening this culture of integrity. And I'd like to share something else. He said that the Act plays an important role in strengthening this culture. And I entirely share his vision. And this is why I'm concerned by this motion that focuses on the existing compliance framework and presents it as being insufficient, inefficient, not trustworthy, without giving concrete examples or proof that this framework was violated, not respected. And that's not the case. That's not what we heard here. Because a culture of integrity isn't only a set of rules, Mr. Chair. It is also a way of working, interacting with institutions, and a way of establishing mutual trust on both sides of the aisle and trusting the various roles, our respective roles. And I respect the opposition's role profoundly, just like we have to respect the government's role, which is working within a very unstable geopolitical environment. And as members, it's important for us to consider how we treat each other. I'd like to move on to my personal analysis of this. And this was only my introduction. Let me look at the various elements that I wanted to bring up. I'd like to analyze these from a more structural point of view because I don't think we talk about structural elements enough. If the motion is asking for monthly reports on the 15th of each month for the previous month, so the first would be due on June 15, 2026, and it would have to cover everything after the implementation of the screen. Now, let's say we undertake this type of application. What does it lead to concretely? You have to compile a record of all evidence, notes, minutes, emails, messages, and then assess them, organize them, give them some background, translate them in both official languages, and I'd like to insist on this element with which I completely agree. And all of this has to be completed for the 15th of the month. So that leads us to 6 weeks from now. And I'm not saying that PCO is incapable of doing this work or conducting excellent work under pressure. Quite the opposite. I fully respect their work, the PCO's work. And I know they can work under pressure. But I'm just saying that putting entire teams under this pressure to produce documents that aren't proven to be necessary on the basis of concrete evidence. This is a poor use of our government's resources. And what happens after that, Chair? Every month we have to undertake the same process. And this would be an open, unlimited requirement that mobilizes resources continuously. And given the ongoing nature of this, we're not talking about a project, but this is something for which we'll have to recruit resources and that would have to dedicate their entire work on this. Now, for the second part of this motion, of Mr. Barrett's motion, the Prime Minister's travel itineraries. The Prime Minister meets his international counterparts, government representatives, and governments with which Canada has diplomatic relationships and meets to discuss, let's say, national safety issues. Given the diplomatic nature of these meetings and based on diplomatic rules, conventions, confidentiality. When the Prime Minister meets his counterparts, both parties implicitly or explicitly expect for these exchanges to be confidential. And right up until both parties decide to make this public and that this is justifiable, or until the time where it's justified to disclose all of this information publicly, unredacted, which means that Canada's partners could see their exchanges disclosed publicly. Did we think about the consequences? And I'm asking Mr. Barrett I'm asking him the question. He may understand this more clearly than I do, and I'm asking him the question openly because I don't think we should consider Canada's foreign policies lightly. But did we really think about Canada's foreign policy? And I don't think, and once again, I'd like to reiterate this, I don't think we should consider this in such a cavalier way. We have to be transparent, but we have to find the right balance. Mr. Chair, if you may, I'd like to come back to the logic of this motion, or its general logic. In some traditions, parliamentary traditions, under which broad applications are made, in the hope that something may feed a political narrative, to produce a clip with this information, for example. And I don't think this practice serves our parliament. I don't think it's useful for taxpayers, and I don't think this practice would contribute to strengthening trust or the public's trust towards our institutions. That's my own point of view. That's what I think. And I don't think this practice, and if that's what we're expecting, if that's what Mr. Barrett is hoping to achieve with this, I don't think it will help us. And I'm not trying to guess what his intentions are, but the delay imposed for the first report gives us the impression that this request is made for its impact rather than to truly understand the nature of this. And I hope that Mr. Barrett will take the floor and demonstrate that I'm wrong, that this isn't the case. But reading the motion, that's what I understand. With the very little of knowledge I have and my very brief experience on this committee, that's what I understand. But given what I understand now, I'm concerned. Our role here isn't to produce impact, but to conduct serious work. Our role here isn't to be sensational. Our role is far more important and serious and interesting, I would say. And I'd like to come back on Mr. von Finkenstein's point. I hope I didn't mispronounce his name. He is a very competent, experienced, knowledgeable person. And he was brilliant to hear. And he raised a very important point here on this question, Mr. Chair, and that may help us understand what the purpose here is. He said that the Federal Court of Appeal of Canada recognized that the screen was reasonable as a compliance tool for public office holders. And I'm paraphrasing, but publicly disclosing potential conflicts of interest before a problematic situation happens, it is a reasonable way to ensure that we can achieve the Act's objectives. The screen and the idea of managing potential conflicts before they happen, this was validated at the highest level of Canadians' administrative law regime. And this motion is asking us to document and publicly disclose every case where this mechanism was applied, with all internal exchanges, discussions, communications. And we can turn this preventive tool into a retrospective surveillance or oversight tool. I focused on being proactive here, but this is looking in hindsight, looking backwards. And for me, this is retrospective oversight. Experts are saying that we're controlling this proactively, that we're conducting proactive oversight, but you're asking us to review what's already been done. Shouldn't we have something that limits these opportunities, that provides proactive oversight beforehand? And independent experts say that the tool is efficient, that it's structured, that it's transparent. And no, you want something else. You're old school. You want something that looks backwards. And I'm sorry, but I don't like this type of governance or model of governance, and I disagree with it. And as I said, we're turning this preventive tool into something else. And paradoxically, it could make the system less efficient and the experts, or if we know that all of the communications will be made public, people may be tempted to communicate differently, document differently, and the question was asked at committee. Not because they have something to hide, far from it, but public disclosure of all of these conversations or all of this process, compliant process, would change the very nature of the process. If we trust the current processes and procedures, I don't think we would question all of these steps. We're not in a workflow or a production chain here. We're in this is a public mechanism with responsible people who demonstrated that the procedure was applied. And we asked questions, or in 13 cases, it wasn't applied or wasn't, and in 6 cases it was.
Mr. Chair, I don't pretend that status quo is perfect, but our system in our system, everyone says clearly, nationally and internationally, we have one of the best systems in the world. Is that the status quo we want? I agree with this. Nothing is perfect. Do we need to evolve and improve things? And we're there to do this. The committee should look into that conflict of interest screen, and we agree with that. And we agreed that Mr. Blanchard testify. And we asked our witnesses questions. That's how we can improve things. We can ask questions about the screening tool. And some items or some answers we didn't get, we got answers afterwards. There are ways to do this work in a rigorous way while respecting the institutional framework. Once again, we don't have an answer from Mr. Barrett with regards to his objective with this motion. Maybe we could welcome again the ethics commissioner to tell us about how the system works, maybe every 6 months or every year, to review how the system works. And I would like to say again, nothing's perfect and we can improve things. We could request a statistical report on how the evaluations that were made, and we've already gotten an answer on that. And I think you've received that response. We had the number, how those evaluations went forward, and we could ask specific questions on cases that weren't taken into account. We are allowed to ask those questions, but to get these reports every month with all communications, I'd like to come back to say that too much is just like not enough, as we say in Quebec French. This is not targeted on a specific question. It's too broad, and these are normally pushed forward by factual items that we found if someone doesn't follow the processes, and that's not the case here. But Mr. Barrett's request doesn't discriminate and doesn't prioritize anything. And also, and I explained this really well, doesn't take into account the consequences on work, on how much work we have to do, and on confidence of Canadians. Mr. Chair, I will start my conclusions. I've given my point of view and that of experts, and now I'd like to conclude with my final thoughts. I agree with Mr. Hardy when he says that we live in a time when confidence in our institutions has been weakened. And we see that in a lot of democracies. I've seen it with our youth who don't really trust our institutions, our municipalities, our different governments. They're skeptical towards institutions and political parties, and even skeptical towards government. And that skepticism is because people feel that the rules are not applied in an equitable manner, that institutions are serving their own interest. Should we put that forward without having facts to say so? Without basing things on facts, I don't think it's a good idea. Mr. Chair, there are two ways of seeing things. Canadians listening or watching us see that we have two options. When Canadians see those two options, and once again, over the last three by-elections, it showed what Canadians prefer. The first option is to work seriously to strengthen the transparency mechanisms. As I've mentioned, if those mechanisms are seen as great by international organizations, it's not perfect. Nothing is perfect. We need to strengthen the transparency mechanisms, ensure that it works, and that we have also a way of improving that mechanism. And where there are gaps, we need to work. That work can seem long and hard, but it produces sustainable results. If we want to go into another side where we look for clips for the media, or we want to be sensationalists without really looking into transparency and using committees as a political pressure tool instead of a tool for governance. I deeply think, and that's why I agree with the government, the first option can seem hard and slow to move forward. I think that that's the one that will serve Canadians right. And that is why I cannot support that motion in its current form. Here's a very striking paradox. This motion is put forward by colleagues who in other contexts defended protecting the decisional processes of government, and they said, and they were right, that some information need to be confidential, while today they're asking that everything be made public. And a total disclosure of those internal communications reviewed by independent people. I think that everyone should apply principles in a consistent manner, no matter the color of the government. I've taken a lot of time here. I don't know how long I've been speaking, but I'd like to allow my colleagues to further elaborate on this. I have concerns. This weekend, I've reflected on this, and I tried to see, well, Mr. Barrett has a lot of experience. He's rigorous. So I asked him questions. And I don't pretend that I'm better than Mr. Barrett. I just disagree with them. So those are my preoccupations or my concerns. And we need to look into this. We need to study that motion with regards to efficiencies and the workload. I'd like to be clear on what I'm defending here. I'm defending a system that is rigorous, a system that is smart, and that's rigorous because it asks questions on real issues. It's smart because it follows mechanisms that were implemented to protect integrity within the government.
What I'm defending is not being opaque. I always defend being transparent. I support transparency. But I want us to be specific. I want us to be specific in our requests. I don't want us to be making vague requests. I'm not against oversight. I'm against oversight in this way, where we wouldn't be focusing on what's essential. I think that Canadians understand that distinction. They're not asking us to go through thousands of pages of documents. They're asking us to ask the right questions. If you would like to get a good answer, then you need to ask a good question. To conclude, Chair, for all of the reasons that I've enumerated, the scope of this motion is disproportionate. This would pose a risk for internal advice. It would have an impact on institutional resources. It might deteriorate a compliance system that is working, that was validated independently. And so it is very difficult for me, Chair, to support Mr. Barrett's motion, even though, and as I've said, it is difficult for me to support it, even though he is an experienced member, he is respected, he is respectful. I am open to a conversation. I am open to hearing what he has to say on how we can improve the ethics screen. I am open to more targeted comments and comments that would be proportionate and that would allow the committee to intervene without going into the risks that I mentioned earlier. But Mr. Barrett's motion goes too far, is unjustified, is not based on facts. It was rushed, and his justifications are insufficient. And so, Chair, I would like to thank you for your attention. I believe that I've asked a lot of questions to the opposition. I've also given my colleagues time to eat across the room as well. I believe that I asked Mr. Barrett a lot of questions, and I reiterated my respect for him. And I would like to put my name back on the list, and I hope to receive answers from a great MP, Mr. Barrett.
Next to a man who needs no introduction because his name's been said 1,000 times in the last hour. Mr. Barrett, you have the floor. Go ahead, please. Okay, I'd like some order in the room, please. Mr. Barrett, you have the floor. Go ahead.
It's with, I think, about an hour and a half or less than 2 hours to go before the Liberals do the thing that they have spent the last, 20 hours saying that they weren't going to do, and that is to obstruct accountability in parliamentary committees. And so when they do that, and the reason that they're talking out the clock, of course, is so that they'll be able to kill this motion and kill accountability. And the thing about fishing, and they said this is a fishing expedition, is you catch fish. And this isn't a fishing expedition. And I would point to the record of the official opposition in doing the thing that we're supposed to do and bringing accountability to bear. But if you just follow the government's own logic, if the Prime Minister needs a conflict screen, Parliament has a responsibility to know when that screen is triggered, when it isn't, and why. And Canadians shouldn't take the government's word for it, and they cannot take a Liberal government's word for it. They can't take this Liberal government's word for it. The committee should see the records, the analysis, and the travel details to verify the Prime Minister is not participating in decisions or discussions that could benefit companies tied to his private interests. Now, I'm going to briefly explain why, and virtually any intervention after the last 20 hours would be brief. But the context is really important, because we've heard what a bang-up job they've been doing for the last year, and the results, I think, do speak for themselves. 1 in 4 Canadians are suffering from food insecurity. And that's not me saying it. That's the people in lineups at food banks in my community and in Mr. Surrey's community and Mr. Surrey's community and Mr. I'm just going to try and use his name as many times as he did in the last round. But look we're talking about relentless suffering of Canadians. That's one of the results. We heard about job numbers from one of the others in their filibuster, and what a great job they've done on jobs. Canada's down 95,000 jobs this year. That's not great for the people who've lost them. It's not great for the people in my community who've lost their jobs. And they want to tell us, well, these international bodies say Canada's doing the best. Well, you know what? The people in my community, those empty words don't fill their empty bellies. And they want to see results from the government, and they're not seeing that. We hear about the wasted time that would come from looking at some of these things. 20 hours into filibusters over 2 weeks from these Liberals. You cannot take them seriously. And it's very much a let-them-eat-cake attitude. And that's demonstrated by the Prime Minister's in-flight catering. He's taking all these trips. Great. But he's certainly not packing a lunch. And there is an expectation that there would be some belt-tightening done by government when Canadians are tightening their belts because they're malnourished, because they're suffering, because they're hungry. When we're looking at nearly tens of thousands of dollars in in-flight catering costs on single trips, that's shocking. That's shocking. So why do we need to see it? Why can't we take their word for it? Well, I would look to every other time in the last 3 years that we've said a committee should take a look at these things. Now Liberal members have said that we can't have opposition motions pass at committee because legislation wouldn't get passed. Well, this motion is not going to take up further committee time, number one. Number two, this committee, like the Government Operations Committee, like the Public Accounts Committee, are not committees where legislation is typically referred. But when you look at whether it's the We Charity scandal that would have saw $912 million gone to an organization that had paid almost $500,000 to the Prime Minister's family members, or the $4.6 billion in overpayments, in COVID overpayments, that were uncovered through opposition pressure for Auditor General reports and for committee studies, $27.4 billion that the Auditor General said should be investigated. On ArriveCan, I sat in this very committee room and had had Liberal members say across the table the app was perfect. It saved tens of thousands of lives, and they got great value for money, and that it was a waste of committee time to study it. Well, that was demonstrated all to be false. The government has failed to demonstrate a single incidence of it saving any lives. We've heard from Canada's frontline border services officers that it made their job more difficult, and that at $60 million, we saw that at a minimum, $20 million was just pure grift, was just theft from taxpayers. But the Liberal members told us that there was nothing to see here. They said there's no here, and so we can't take a look at this. The same is true with Sustainable Development Technologies, where we know that nearly $60 million went to 10 ineligible projects, fully ineligible projects. But that was at the same time that they said you cannot take a look at this. And when we referred it to the Ethics Commissioner, after the Liberal member said there was nothing to see here, we found that the Liberal-appointed chair had broken the very law that we're talking about today, the Conflict of Interest Act. So we have demonstrated time and time again that there is a benefit to Canadians, and when we find that there's a problem, when we find that there's been a contravention of the rule under the Liberals, of which we've seen 10 instances where they've broken Canada's ethics laws, this Liberal government, what we can do is we can change the rules. And we can do better. And we can give Canadians confidence in their democratic institutions and their elected officials. And that's the job of all members who aren't part of the executive. And you hear often people say, well, I'm part of the government. They're part of the government. You may be part of the governing party, but unless the Prime Minister has elevated you to the Privy Council, unless you're warming the bench as a parsec, you're not in government. You're a backbencher, and you need to hold the government accountable, and that's all of our jobs. That's not. It doesn't just fall on the Conservatives. It doesn't just fall on the Bloc. It's a responsibility that we have to Canadians. And so asking for basic details about, when this has been, when's the screen been invoked? Why has it been invoked? Why not? I didn't hear any amendments. I heard the bell get clanged about 1,000 times with my name. I heard the phone book get read in by someone else. But what I didn't hear was any thoughtful amendments. So is the contention that Liberal members, that there's absolutely no value whatsoever in any further scrutiny of the head of government? And heaven forbid that it become a precedent and that we do hold everyone in that office going forward to that standard, where we have an understanding of that, where there is public reporting? I can think of an awful lot worse things than that, like what we've seen over the last 10 years. Let's not get to a point where Canadians come to expect that the laws will just be broken, the rules will be broken. That's a legacy of the last 10 years. It doesn't need to be one of the next 10 years. And we saw in committee, when we had a representative from Brookfield here, that the system as it's currently designed doesn't do what it's supposed to do. How is it that a senior executive at Brookfield can just text the Prime Minister back and forth? If the Prime Minister doesn't know when the screen is being used, well, should he be concerned about any texts that he's getting from Brookfield? If he doesn't know, he doesn't know that there's something before cabinet. He doesn't know what's being shared. Are Mr. Sabia and Mr. Blanchard reading his texts first? That's not the indication that we've received. So is the communication being screened? Well, that's a big question, and that's certainly not one that's been answered. So I think that having more information, and if there was a timeline, if the complaints were actually being raised in good faith and not just simply as a filibuster, we would hear reasonable amendments and we would support reasonable amendments. Is there a particular piece? Would we agree to pass this right now if we said, okay, let's remove something. Let's remove the need to produce emails. Oh, yep, that was it. But that's not it. It's about any further scrutiny, and they know that at 8:15 or whenever bells ring, that will be the last time that they're going to need to talk the clock to stop accountability at this committee. And they'll be co-conspirators any time then that the rules or laws are broken in the future, because they would have had the opportunity to do the right thing and to help strengthen the system, and they'll have actively made a choice not only not to do that, but to have prevented it from happening. And I know that my conscience will be clean because I will have worked with other members of the opposition and other parties who understand what our responsibilities are, and we'll continue to do that. We will keep doing that. And it is, mildly put, unfortunate that that's the position that Liberal members have chosen to take, that those are the instructions that they've accepted and have deployed a filibuster to stop that. But those are decisions for them to reconcile. And we're going to continue to do the right thing. And I hope that contrast is very clear, though. What happens when that one more member from the governing party gets dropped onto the committee? It won't be a question of thoughtful consideration. It will be shutting the lights off.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. And on that note, I'm going to take what could potentially be the last break before accountability, transparency, and oversight ends at this committee tonight. We are suspended. from a brief suspension. We're on the motion as presented by Mr. Barrett, and next on the list I have Ms. Church. Go ahead, Ms. Church. On the motion.
Merci, Monsieur Président. Je tiens
Thank
à
you, Chair.
remercier-
I would like to thank my colleagues for the discussion that we've had up until now. And I would like to welcome a colleague from Calgary Confederation who is here with us tonight to talk about this important issue. We have raised our objections to this motion that was submitted to us. I would like to say that transparency and responsibility and accountability are essential to our democratic system. There are many ways to ensure transparency in how government works. This motion is not the only option.
This idea of transparency that my colleagues, that Mr. Barrett has raised. Because I do think that it's important in this context to think about the many ways in which we continue to support and develop transparency here across our parliamentary and government functions. Mr. Chair, I had a quick look at the Prime Minister's website tonight. And tomorrow, he's already got a media advisory out of his plans. This is a practice that has continued for some time, certainly dating back to the previous government as well. It's a way of ensuring that Canadians, the media, have transparency around the Prime Minister, his schedules, his events, his functions. It's a way of determining his priorities, following his travel, and it's an important part of the transparency that is offered by the office. When it comes to ethics, Mr. Chair, all of us as parliamentarians, all Canadians in fact, have notice of conflict of interest screens when they are set up. In the current case, not only do we have notice of the screen, but also of the companies involved, companies screened. We also have knowledge of the initial assets that are divested in any blind trust that is formed under the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Act and available on their website for all to see. When a screen is invoked, recusals are made public. Also on the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner's website. Outside of the realm of the CIEC, we have tools like access to information, we have the scrutiny of committees like this, we have oversight bodies through public accounts, through our watchdogs of Parliament, the PBO, the Auditor General. We have financial transparency through items like the budget, the estimates, departmental spending plans, tomorrow's spring economic statement. We have these methods of transparency so that there can be scrutiny on the types of issues that Mr. Barrett has raised. But let's pull that thread a little bit further. Because, Mr. Chair, you are hearing concern from this side of the table, from this side of the room. And I want to pull you back, and I want to challenge Mr. Barrett and my colleagues across the way on some of what Mr. Barrett has suggested is motivating a motion like this. I want to take you back as far as last summer, when media outlets, and I've pulled up an example of this from the CBC with the headline, Ethics Commissioner publishes list of PM Carney's investments. The story that I'm looking at, Mr. Chair, talks about how the investments the Prime Minister has made and held before handing them over to a blind trust have been publicly disclosed by the Ethics Commissioner. During the election campaign, opposition parties accused Carney of trying to take advantage of an ethics loophole and hiding his financial assets. According to the Conflict of Interest Act, Carney didn't have had to divest his assets until 120 days after becoming Prime Minister. The rules are meant to prevent office holders from making decisions that might benefit themselves. The story continues. Carney put his assets into a blind trust shortly after winning the Liberal leadership, but before being sworn in as Prime Minister. A blind trust means those assets are handled by a trustee who has the legal authority to manage them, but who is barred from seeking input from Carney. Yet the news story continues. Opposition parties still demanded that Carney disclose what assets he held before divesting. So on Thursday, in this story, back in July, it continues, the Ethics Commissioner posted a summary of Carney's financial assets that were placed into the blind trust, but it is unknown if those assets have changed since then. According to the filing, Carney held assets in Brookfield Asset Management and Stripe, Incorporated. He previously sat on the board of directors for both companies. The piece goes on. In addition, Carney held assets in an advisory firm and 2 environmental companies. He also had a self-administered RRSP and a wide variety of shares in an investment fund managed by a third party. Then as the story wraps up, it says, Mr. Chair, and I quote, "The Prime Minister has said that the only assets he's kept out of the blind trust are some cash, a cottage, and the family home." Notably, CBC goes on to report, under the Conflict of Interest Act, the Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers, and Parliamentary Secretaries are not allowed to own controlled assets, but backbenchers and opposition MPs fall under a different set of rules that we all appreciate here, known as the Conflict of Interest Code. While they must recuse themselves from debates and votes on questions where they have a private interest, they can continue to directly own stocks, bonds, and other controlled assets. So the bar for the Prime Minister from the outset is higher. And dating back to last summer, we know full well what assets have been disclosed and where by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, reported publicly, confirmed by the Prime Minister's office. But let me take you even a little bit further back than that, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Back into March, right at the change in government. There's another headline, also reported in the CBC. Poilievre says Carney's taking advantage of an ethics loophole. Is he right? Question mark is the headline. Mr. Chair, this story goes on to note how Prime Minister designate Mark Carney responded to Conservative attacks over his financial holdings by taking steps to meet the conflict of interest rules for elected public office holders 4 months before he was required. A spokesperson for the Prime Minister told CBC News in an email that the new Liberal leader, quote, will also be filing all of the reports required by the Ethics Commissioner well in advance of what the Act requires. So this goes on because the story then details, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate I'm coming to the point and to the nub of this. The story reports that Mr. Carney made the move after, quote, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre accused Carney of putting himself in a position to hide and hold, quote, millions of dollars in interest that go against Canada and Canadians. Poilievre said Carney is in a position to do that because he had found a, quote, loophole in the Conflict of Interest Act that allows him to hold off on divesting his assets until 120 days after becoming Prime Minister. In fact, the story continues, anyone could find the same 120-day quote-unquote loophole that Poilievre is referring to by simply reading the Conflict of Interest Act. Stephen Harper's Conservative government wrote and passed into law in 2006. Notably, Mr. Poilievre, Mr. Chair, would have been part of that same Conservative government that passed the Act, including the quote loophole that Mr. Poilievre refers to. The Act goes on to state that people assuming public office have to submit a confidential report to the Ethics Commissioner detailing their financial holdings within 60 days of taking public office. And the Act says that within 120 days after a person has assumed public office, they have to divest themselves of their controlled assets. So, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, where am I going with this? I'm showing you, and I'm showing the committee, that this debate has been torqued from the outset, and that the regime that has been put in place by Parliament, a regime that the opposition actually was a part of when the Act was first created, has been followed to the letter of the law and beyond. And yet, we still continue to hear from the Leader of the Opposition, who, I quote, issued a press release on the Conservative website saying, quote, Canadians deserve a Prime Minister who is free to act in the public interest, not someone blinded by personal gain. Or on April 23rd, when the Leader of the Opposition said, and I quote, we've never seen a Prime Minister so conflicted as Mark Carney, end quote. Or this past week, when the Leader of the Opposition on CTV said, I quote, I find it interesting Mark Carney's company, which he still owns, Brookfield, has been called the biggest tax dodger in Canada. Mr. Chair, this is setting a tone, and it is evidence of a repeated tone that members, particularly those holding opposition critic portfolios, are clearly emulating. Today, the member from Calgary East on Twitter stated, quote, the only surplus Mark Carney knows are in his offshore tax havens. I mean, Mr. Chair, it's transparent. It is patently transparent what's going on here. Now, I've heard certain members like to quote Marcus Aurelius. Well, Marcus Aurelius said, if it is not right, do not do it. And if it is not true, do not say it. And Mr. Chair, this motion is a product of an attitude and an approach that is undermining not just, or seeks to undermine, not just Parliament and its traditions and an independent office like the Ethics Commissioner, but also fellow parliamentarians, a Prime Minister, members of the House who all operate with, I think, the best interests of Canada at heart. We may disagree on many things, but we are all here because we believe in building a better country. And where we can disagree is on the how we achieve that. But I think these examples expose the reality of this motion, if we're going to be crystal clear, Mr. Chair. As my colleague, Member Sari, stated, how one would, it's a motion that suggests that one would suspect that the information gathered here would be twisted and distorted, filled with allegations and insinuations. I think the word that maybe would be most apt to describe this is spurious. Mr. Chair, Mr. Barrett just before me talked about theft, grift, and corruption. Those are powerful words, Mr. Chair. And they are reckless to be thrown around so lightly. When in fact, this is not about theft, grift, or corruption, as Mr. Barrett would want perhaps viewers or social media followers to believe. This is about polarization. This is about rage baiting, and this is about clickbaiting. That is what this is about. Is this motion really about the cost of travel, Mr. Chair? When Mr. Barrett raises the cost of the Prime Minister's travel, does he factor in all those that travel with him, the other members and ministers, the staff, the security, a press corps? This is a government that in less than 12 months has delivered 20 new economic and defense partnerships. That has achieved $97 billion in foreign investment commitments. This is a government that is squarely focused on turning the Canadian economy around to build an economy that is sovereign and resilient, that buys Canadian and builds Canadian, and ensures our prosperity for the generation to come amidst the biggest trade war this country has faced and some of the biggest economic shocks we've seen in our history. So when Mr. Barrett or others, whether it's the leader of the opposition or his finance critic or anyone else, wants to raise the specter of parliamentarians doing their work here with such insinuations of theft, grift, corruption, or whatever else, Mr. Chair, that is precisely the type of approach that I know myself and my colleagues will stand firmly against, because it's not just about being on the opposing or the governing side of the House. It's actually about standing up for Canadians who expect better in our politics and who want us to stay focused on what matters. It's about respecting Parliament and Parliament's decision to have an independent ethics office that does this work for us so that we don't have to go down the dark tunnel of having information weaponized and misinformation spread. You know, Mr. Chair, they say a lie travels halfway around the world while the truth is still lacing up its boots. I do not like that that is the reality of our world, of our digital world now more than ever. But it is a reality. It's why, more than ever, the independence of the Ethics Commissioner and the oversight they provide is so vital to our functioning. You know, I think a little bit about Mr. Sabia, Clerk of the Privy Council, again, in his testimony to us as a committee, when he said, parliamentary oversight of issues like conflict and accountability and other things is fundamental to how our democratic system works. Having the Ethics Commissioner involved in structuring these for the Prime Minister, for other ministers, and for other public office holders, as the Ethics Commissioner does, is the right thing to do, because as an officer of Parliament, he is accountable to Parliament and accountable to the judgment of all of us as elected parliamentarians. That is, in terms of accountability and transparency, the right thing to do. Mr. Chair, I believe that that is correct. And I believe that when we approach these matters, we can't approach them from the perspective of one individual or another. That in the 2 decades since that we've had this act in operation, we've had examples on all sides of the House of its use, of screens, of divestments, of blind trusts. We've heard testimony to that effect here again, Mr. Chair, about a former chief of staff to a former Conservative Prime Minister, about the blind trusts and screens that were in place, 40 companies in that context. This regime is meant to take the politics, the partisanship, the rage, the cliques out of the vital work of maintaining our ethics and accountability. Now, Mr. Chair, I'm going to come to my conclusion, because I do really want to ensure that other members of the committee have a chance to weigh in, because I do think that our arguments are important to lay out at this time. I do, however, also, having heard Mr. Barrett and his call for us to put our amendments on the table, I would like to make a motion to amend the motion to strike the second paragraph of the motion, in a large part because of the arguments that I've made about transparency as is available now. And so just for clarity, Mr. Chair,
You're striking, just for clarity from...
Section B,
Just for clarity from my standpoint, you're amending it to remove Part B of the motion, correct? Correct. Okay. All right, thank you. We have an amendment on the floor. I have Mr. Hardy first on the amendment. Mr. Hardy?
Ben oui. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Here we go again. I've heard a lot of things and I've been taking a lot of notes because it is important to follow. And we need to be sure that we don't forget anything because there are things that are said here. And I'm sure that you're convinced that you're right here and we don't agree. When you say that we're having a debate here, I think that you're wrong. It's, in fact, a monologue. Where Monday night we started at 3:30, and you started at 3:30 because we haven't said much, and now it's 5:30 or 7:30. We're at the start of our fifth hour of a Liberal monologue. Ms. Church just spoke for 15 minutes, and congratulations, that was actually quite short for you. Your colleague spoke for over an hour. And so I imagine that you won't be winning the competition of the one who speaks the most. Mr. Sari spoke for 25 minutes last week and monologued for 25 minutes. Ms. Lapointe monologued for 30. Mr. Saini, or perhaps I missed part of it, and it must have been so interesting. Mr. Saini, 25 minutes. Ms. Church, 15. So things are moving along. But again, I think that it's a lack of respect towards Canadians that you're taking up all our time, especially 1 hour. We're not here for conference. We're here to work for Canadians. So what we're going through is unfortunate. You definitely find yourselves interesting. You're congratulating yourselves for speaking at length. You're saying that this motion is not necessary because what we're asking for is something that's already been given. But if it has already been given, what are you against? Is it just that we haven't written it right? Do you not agree with how it's worded? You've said this many times. It's already been given. Why are you asking for it? It's easily accessible. Well, if it's so easily accessible, then just say yes. We'll move forward and we'll stop wasting time. We've spent 20 hours in 2 weeks listening to monologues. We're listening to your government saying that you're going to build faster than ever before, but if I look at how you're using time, I can understand why it would cost a fortune to fund, because you're not very efficient. I'll continue with my notes, and I'll try to be brief. I don't want to take up too much time. We've heard that Conservatives are trying to find things that are not true. Last time we heard that was for ArriveCan. We were told that we were wrong. It cost millions of dollars to taxpayers for a company with 4 people working from a basement here in Ottawa. We were told that it wasn't true for the Liberal Green Fund. We were also told that foreign interference was a conspiracy. It was discovered at committees like this one. We asked questions of Brookfield, and Canadians are concerned. And perhaps that's another thing that you wouldn't want us to talk about at this committee, and yet it is very important for Canadians to be aware of. You said that they seem to just be here to oppose what we're saying. We do play an opposition role. It's an essential role. We ask questions to ensure that those who don't agree with you are heard. We want them to be able to ask questions. We're going to ask them on their behalf. When I am in my riding and people speak to me, they tell me that they are delighted to have MPs who are meeting with them, who are listening to them, and who are sharing their concerns here. That's what I'm hearing. Obviously, you don't want to hear that because you don't agree with it. We saw it last week when Mr. Cooper was cut off 6 times because he wasn't saying what you wanted to hear. But that's not what democracy is, that you're defending, quote unquote. Earlier, Ms. Church said that Mr. Poilievre said that Brookfield was avoiding paying its taxes as if it was propaganda. And yet we had a witness say when Brookfield was under the Prime Minister, it was the #1 company for the use of tax avoidance. This witness said that to the committee. It's online. It was recorded. You can see that. But you're going to say it's not the right witnesses who said it because they're not Liberal witnesses. You don't like to hear that from other witnesses. That's the same issue that we hear from one week to another. And there's something that I noticed since I've been here for a year. Since the Prime Minister arrived, you would think that he was the Liberal savior who arrived to cleanse the Liberal Party of all its past sins, and that we need to trust you, that you're here for the right reasons. And you're saying that we're not here for the right reasons. But you're the same Liberals who were protecting a Prime Minister who was saying that the budget was going to balance itself. You're the same people, but we have to trust you today because you have a new leader? And that's interesting because we're asking questions, and we don't often receive answers. And we're told that it's normal that we're not receiving answers because we're not asking the right questions. I made a speech today on your motion for committees to be under Liberal control, and that we would no longer be able to ask questions. And when the government moved that motion, Radio-Canada, who usually supports the Liberals very strongly, stated and described the Prime Minister as being an authoritarian government, and stated that this was an abuse of power. And I would be more than happy to share that, because you say that we love clips, but I have the clip from Radio-Canada. But again, I guess that that's not okay because it doesn't align with your views. I'm happy that Mr. Saini talked about last year's elections. It was a minority election. That's what Canadians voted for. After that, we know that there were deals made in the background, and you can't focus solely on your plan. We need to work together for the good of Canadians. But again, you called that obstruction, filibustering, because if we're not doing what you want, apparently it's obstruction. I'm going to quote someone you might recognize. The health of Parliament is based on the rights of the opposition to oppose and to criticize. Lester B. Pearson said that, the 14th Prime Minister of Canada, a Liberal. So this is not a Conservative position. It's a democratic position to have the right to ask questions. Not the right to ask the right questions or the questions that you agree with. To ask questions, that's a democratic right. You don't like when we ask questions. You don't like when we question you. You don't like to be contradicted. You even said that it's bullying, which I think is false. It's not because we disagree that we're bullying you. We've heard from the commissioner, from witnesses. They said, whether it be on the lobbying study or other studies, that we needed more transparency. Everybody agrees on that, except when we ask questions to ensure more transparency. But everybody agrees with the witnesses. When I meet with my constituents, they want transparency. They have questions. They're asking us to ask questions on their behalf. And often they say, why are you always looking into things after the fact? These millions of dollars were spent, and then we find out after the fact that they were misspent, and then there's a scandal. And so they're asking us why we're always falling behind. And then we have to say, well, look what happens. When we ask questions, we don't get any answers. And when things come to light, well, then that's when we finally get an answer, or not. That seems to be a Liberal specialty, avoiding disclosing information. And you've told us to be serious. You said that here. You've been monologuing for 20 hours, but we are the problem? You've been talking about clips. 20 hours of monologuing. I hope that you'll have clips because I think that's what you're looking for. Because we're not monologuing. We're not even speaking. You take 20 hours to speak. I imagine you enjoy it. You also said that oversight is a foundation of democracy. But if you're not asking the right questions, it's not a foundation. So it's only a foundation when you like what's being talked about. And I'll give another example. We submitted a report after 10 months of work, 23 recommendations. In a press conference, you said that you would reject all of those recommendations. Wow. We want transparency. You're saying that the work of the opposition is important. Mr. Sari said it. What you're doing is honorable. The opposition's work is honorable. You can go look at the blues later. He said it. But then we have a committee report. You said you won't support 20 of 23 of the recommendations. You might not support any of them. So the opposition is only great in theory. Because in practice, I guess we aren't. Your colleague said that the ethics commissioner, you seem to think that he supports you at 100%. He talked about the notion of appearance of a conflict of interest, that it should be in the legislation. Well, an appearance of a conflict of interest happens before a real conflict of interest, and we're asking for information, but you're saying that we shouldn't be given it because transparency is not a good thing. And so we've got a problem, and we need to work uphill and not always be behind. The motion is seeking two things. You want to remove one. So we want the report on the screen when it was happened. We want the minutes. And it also seeks to receive information on travel itineraries. We want to know what the Prime Minister is doing in order to better understand the situation. And we talked about food. Because the government expenses, well, it's important for people to be aware of that. So just for food, because we're supposed to trust our Prime Minister. He's transparent. He's there for the right reason. But when he went to London, it cost $52,000 to eat on the plane. Washington is a 2-hour flight, $21,000. Rome, that's cool, $93,700 to eat. Brussels, $49K. Mexico, $33K. The Arab Emirates, $159,000. But you say no, you don't want a motion to see where he's traveling, what he's spending. $524,000 in spending in under a year to eat during travel. Things are going great. I think people should have access to this information. I imagine that steak crusted with gold is great. And all this information is public, by the way. And this is in my notes. And you can see that. And these are facts. You don't like facts, but they're facts anyway. So again, we're here to watch this liberal show. They're trying to waste as much time as possible. Last time you wasted 17 hours. And we're going to be hearing from the minister anyway. But it took 17 hours to get us there. And now you're saying that debating like this publicly is irresponsible, but 20 hours, and we're going to continue today, you think that that's responsible? You think that Canadians are going to find that responsible? You think that's so responsible to spend taxpayer dollars with your staff behind you, the chair who's here, the interpreters, staff in the room? That's irresponsible. You think that's money well spent because you want to talk about your perception of how Canada should be run, and that the mean opposition party is not agreeing with you when they ask for transparency. So I've been wondering, since when transparency has become a problem? And it hit me. We heard why we can't be transparent. Transparency at all costs. Sometimes being transparent's not good. You justified. An MP said to us how not being transparent is sometimes the way to go. And that seems to be the case for you guys often. But imagine if you're justifying that not having transparency is the right thing to do. so we can see how we're not out of the woods yet. You want to take control of committees, but you're justifying on camera that not being transparent is the way to go. We can understand why you don't want us to ask questions and uncover potential conflicts. Hopefully I didn't take too much time. I'm on my last page of notes. We've heard here that it's going to take so many resources to respond to this request, and it's not responsible. That's coming from the same mouth from those who hired 100,000 public servants who spend over $20,000 a year on consultants. That's you guys. That's not us. But we shouldn't hire people to ensure that there's transparency. That would be money poorly spent. I'm going to come back on this because I say this all the time, but what's important is factoring in what Canadians and Quebecers think. They are paying taxes. We represent them. We are here to serve them. So your perception of things, that's not what's important. Democracy is important. And we could vote on this, but you're not going to agree on it because you know that at the Ethics Committee, the opposition is responsible for the committee. You don't like it, so you're wasting time. You're wasting everyone's time. I'll end here because I think it's a very relevant question. And you said it earlier. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And today we're all at the table. How many hours will it take for there to be transparency on the menu? That's my question to you. Everyone's at the table now. How many hours will it take you for transparency to be on the menu? And I am eager for your response. And we want to have more clarity. We want it to take less time. We need to move forward. Oh, empty page. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy. I've been making notes too. If you want to borrow some of mine, I'd be glad to give them to you. We have a list that includes Ms. Cronus next, followed by Mr. Hogan, and then Mr. Sari. No? No. Okay. Sorry, Leslie Church and then Sari. Any Liberal staff members want to speak on this? I'll gladly put your name down now if you like. No? Ms. Cronus, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. I mean, you really spoke to the question in an incredible way. When I think about this place, and we're currently in the basement of the West Block, when I think about this place, I think about the chamber upstairs as being the heart not only of this building, but also of our democracy. And, you know, every committee in this place has a function that sort of surrounds that room. And if that's the case, then the Ethics Committee might very well be the soul of this place, its conscience. And this is my first time coming here to the Ethics Committee, and I would observe that what we are seeing here today, this evening now, with this amendment now to our motion, is a deliberate, concerted effort by Liberal members to prevent Canadians from seeing who is influencing our Prime Minister. And while I admire their tenacity, and judging by the length of some of their interventions, their lung capacity, that should truly trouble every single one of us in this place, regardless of party. This is the second time today that I have had reason to look at a Liberal bench and say that just because you can do something does not mean you should. I've reviewed the motion here put forward by my colleague, and while it is long, it doesn't ask for anything that should attract this level of defensiveness from the Liberals. We are not asking for something exotic. We're asking actually for some pretty basic stuff. Itineraries, travel records, meetings, and who was in the room. As I think some of my colleagues have made clear, if we were asking for the good stuff, we'd be asking for the menus to find out why we're paying through the nose for airplane food. It is not unreasonable to want to understand whether decisions are in fact being made in the public interest, or whether access is being shaped by privilege, proximity, or power. These are pretty basic, pretty fundamental questions that are asked by ethics committees in parliaments like ours around the world. And the reason why it matters so much in this case is quite simple. The Prime Minister, as any Prime Minister does not, but the Prime Minister did not come into office as a blank slate. He comes with a vast network of global relationship, deep ties across finance, investment, and policy circles, and a very long list of former colleagues, partners, and associates who might want something from him. Now, that in itself is not disqualifying, and every prime minister has to navigate this. But it does raise the bar for transparency. It does not lower it. So when someone brings that kind of network into public office, Canadians are entitled to know who still has access, who's getting meetings, and who is shaping the conversations that happen behind closed doors. Instead, what we're seeing in this committee is delay and obstruction. Now, that sends a message, whether you intend it to or not. What it tells Canadians is that there is something about these meetings that cannot withstand public scrutiny. It tells them that the government would rather run out the clock, as we've seen you do today, than simply address the facts. If everything is above board, there should be no fear in disclosure. If decisions are being made impartially, then transparency should be your strongest ally. Where am I here in my notes? There's notes, and the notes have notes, and the notes have notes. Yes, if there is transparency here, then transparency should be your strongest ally. But when the response to a straightforward request is to block, to stall, and then to talk it out until the clock runs down, people will draw their own conclusions, and those conclusions may not be kind. The Ethics Committee exists for a reason. We are here to protect the integrity of public office. We are here to ensure that power is not used to favor insiders, whether intentionally or through the quiet pull of relationships and familiarity. We're here to give Canadians confidence that their government works for them, not for a well-connected few. You just can't do that in the dark. You can't ask Canadians to trust the system while refusing to show them how it operates. And you can't claim to be upholding ethical standards by actively preventing this committee from examining the facts. This is not about partisanship, as my colleagues have said over and over again. It's about whether or not we believe Canadians deserve to see who has the ear of their Prime Minister. And they're going to look at the transcripts and the information and the videos from today, and they're going to make their own judgments. But blocking that information is not a neutral act. It's a choice. It's a choice to shield power from scrutiny, a choice to put political convenience ahead of public accountability. And frankly, I think we should all treat that as something that is unconscionable. If the government has confidence in its conduct, then prove it. Let the record speak. Let Canadians see for themselves. I want to be clear for everyone who's watching at home what's going to happen tonight. We're going to sit in this committee until we go upstairs to vote in just a few minutes. What that vote is going to do is it's going to add another Liberal to this committee. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come back down here so that the Liberals can stop filibustering and just defeat this motion outright with the majority that they've given themselves in this room. Now, today is a bit of a milestone for me, since tomorrow, and also for my colleagues, since tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of my being elected to represent the wonderful people of Nanaimo Ladysmith. And while I haven't always agreed with my Liberal colleagues, today is the very first day that they have truly and deeply disappointed me. Because in choosing to stack this committee, of all committees, in choosing to make this motion the first one that they block with their new Liberal government's new majority, they really do look like just another Liberal. The more they engage in keeping information from opposition scrutiny, the more it looks genuinely like the real goal is not to protect any legitimate interest, but to protect access that cannot be defended in the light. And with that, Mr. Chair, I am going to stop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cronus. Just a reminder before we go to Mr. Hogan that we are expecting bells at 8 o'clock, which is roughly 6 minutes from now. When the bells do start, I will need unanimous consent from committee members to, I don't know why I'm laughing, to continue. I know why I'm laughing. Go ahead, Mr. Hogan. And it's not funny.
Well, thank you, Chair. It is a great pleasure to be here. You may be wondering why I am here visiting your fine committee. I am normally on RNNR and BCAN. But on an order like this, on a conversation like this, I believe I have some insight that might be useful to this committee. And I'm very happy to speak in favor of removing the overly broad production order component of this motion, though I do not personally believe such amendment goes far enough. But let me talk a bit about that insight that I bring to committee. So you are right, or Ms. Cronus is right, we all come with a past. And one of the pasts that I bring, my history is I was a senior official in the government of Alberta. I was a DM level official in that government. I sat as a member of that Deputy Minister's Council. I was on the receiving end of things like this, of production orders and of the various actions of committees. I oversaw communications and public engagement for the government of Alberta. This was a cross-government department that was responsible for, as the name suggests, those activities. I was appointed by order in council. I attended meetings of cabinet, and I was a member of Executive Council's executive team. Now, Alberta's Executive Council is the provincial equivalent of the PCO. So again, I believe I have some insight into this. Fully appreciate it is not entirely transferable to the level of government that we're at here. And I also want to let the committee know I did this under two very different premiers. I did this under Premier Notley from 2016 to 2019, and I did this under Premier Kenney from 2019 to 2020, and I served both of them, and they were both, they both trusted me to do that role. So I hope you'll accept this as well as a nonpartisan observation, having done it from two very different premiers with very different worldviews. And what I'm about to say was true in both administrations. It's frankly not a political observation. It's an observation I make on behalf of people who cannot make the observation themselves because of reasons of decorum and deference. So Communications and Public Engagement, or CPE, was Government of Alberta's cross-government department responsible for a variety of activities, but because it was communications, there were very few files in government my team did not touch. And there were very few production orders, and there were very few access to information requests that did not involve my department. And as deputy head, it was my responsibility to oversee these activities, to sign off on these activities, to ensure that everything that was provided was accurate. But that perch also gave me a very good view as to what that looks like once a committee like this sends an order like this and the consequences of that. I was also responsible for interacting with Alberta's ethics and privacy commissioners on these matters, so I would regularly engage on the pith of this. So, as I said, let me speak on behalf of senior officials, most of whom will not be given the opportunity to speak on their own or who are fettered in what they're able to say. And to a committee like this is a motion. Maybe it's social media clips, maybe it's not. I'm not looking into your hearts on this one today. But Mr. Hardy talks about 20 hours and the cost of 20 hours. Well, colleagues, when such a motion flies, 20 hours is nothing. The hours it will burn in our professional public service, the amount of activity it is to gather, to organize, to translate into English across government is absolutely extraordinary. And such extraordinary efforts cannot be for nothing. Certainly there are times when extraordinary efforts need to be taken by government, but they certainly cannot be done for no reason. The power of this committee is to compel documents. That's your production order. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about removing from this here. Mr. Hardy, I'm sure his constituents are not asking him to, he talks about his constituents saying, we want you to hold government to account. Well, I'm sure they're not asking him to abuse the tools of Parliament. I am sure they're assuming he will use these tools judiciously, not indiscriminately. Because let's be clear, these are very powerful tools. These are very important tools, which is why we cannot weaponize them. We cannot use them to try to jam people. We cannot use them for fishing expeditions. We cannot use them to create clips. And I truly wonder if we would even have this motion if there were not cameras. I truly wonder that. And Ms. Cronus is right. Just because you can do something does not mean you should. Production orders should not be weaponized. Every time they are weakened. Every time they are weakened. They encourage the public to want to fetter the tool. They encourage people to disregard the tool. You are breaking the in case of emergency break glass, and for what? For something that you have already been told you will get, just not on the timeline and not in the breadth that allows the phishing that you search. There is a consequence to these actions. And it's a consequence, again, that cannot often be spoken of by the officials who get dealt with there. So I ask my colleagues, what is your intent? Does your intent align with the actions that you would ask us to do, or ask this committee to do. I am, of course, a guest of this committee. Senior officials are some of the busiest people in government. I think of my own calendar in those times, and it certainly rivaled my calendar as an MP, and I know as members of Parliament we all have very busy calendars. But I would increment my time in 15-minute blocks, and I would go from meeting to meeting. I had 3 assistants who assisted to make sure that I was on time with the right documents doing these activities, and that is because that time was considered some of the most valuable time in the Alberta government. And you now fetter that time. And that is the right of this committee to do. But you have to ask what the benefit of that is. Because it is not just their time, it is Canadians' time. Government is not a remote force. Government is all of us employing people like the public service, the professional public service, to do things on their behalf. And you are taking the time of the public, which we have the right to do as a committee, as you have the right to do as a committee. Again, I'm not a member. And you are asking them to apply themselves differently. And again, that is fair. But you must use this power discriminately, because if you do not, there are consequences. So let's dig into marginal benefit and marginal cost. I have an MBA, I like to think of these things. Benefit. I don't personally see benefit, but let's be charitable. Let's talk about the purpose of the conflict of interest legislation. Let's talk about the stated purpose of this production order, as we've heard. Hopefully, it goes well beyond what was on the menu on the Prime Minister's plane. What is the purpose of these tools? First and foremost, protect the public interest. Now, I feel this risks the public interest in multiple ways, and I'll get into them in a minute here. Secondly, ensuring the integrity of decision-making. Well, we've already heard from multiple people that this very act risks exposing matters to the Prime Minister when the Prime Minister should not know them, and so that would actually, damage the integrity of decision-making. And the third reason, which we've also heard a bit about, but I do want to underline, these tools are not designed they're not punitive. They are designed to allow people to manage messy realities here. And they allow government to attract people with diverse backgrounds to engage in diverse, thoughtful ways.
Mr. Hogan, before we go upstairs to neuter the ability of Canadians and committees, I'm going to need unanimous consent to continue. Do I have unanimous consent to continue?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
For shame.
So we don't have unanimous consent because the bells are ringing, so we will return after the bells to continue our work as the Ethics Committee. Meeting is suspended.
Thought exercise. I think we can all agree daily reporting would not make sense. Of course it wouldn't. And that's, of course, because of the pressures it puts on the system. Those are inherently obvious simply when you think about the costs that are involved. But I think because people don't see the activity behind the scenes, they don't always appreciate what it means to the public service to have to do these things. So let's start by agreeing that not all production orders all of the time in perpetuity are in the public interest. We can have a more constructive approach than that. We can have a more thoughtful approach than that. And I've heard many speakers speak as though all production orders are an unalloyed good. And it's very easy to speak in those absolute terms, as though any kind of frequency is good frequency. Let's just do them perpetually. Let's just have this, hamster wheel of production orders. But the challenge is overly broad production orders from parliamentary committees create real tensions that work against the public interest. Committees do need meaningful powers to obtain evidence to hold governments to account. But when those powers are exercised too broadly, when those powers are exercised without clear scope, without relevance limits, privacy safeguards, or proportionality, you are damaging other public goods that Parliament is also meant to protect. And so I really want to underline, this is the core public interest challenge that we all have to deal with in a thoughtful fashion. It's not inherently one thing or the other. We need to exercise judgment as to when we are using these powers in the right way. And there are many public interest challenges that production orders can bring, which I want to put on the table, not all of which will apply here, but is important context as we assess Mr. Barrett's arguments about the intrinsic value of acts like this. One is the privacy rights of individuals. I won't belabor that because they're not as much at play here. But even if names are later redacted, disclosure risks embarrassment, reputational harm, and deterrence from interacting candidly with government. When you talk about providing a report that has people's names on it, there will be people who do not want to have their names in an ongoing fashion presented in that fashion. And that ties closely to the second, which is that production orders can chill honest internal advice. Government depends on candid internal discussion. We talk about in public service circles, fearless advice, faithful execution. I'm sure you've heard those words before, variants of those words. Officials need to be able to test weak ideas, test weak assertions about whether or not something is even a conflict of interest, for example, and be able to run it through the entire process and get to a conclusion before they are required to report to a committee. Because, if they don't have that ability to do that, people will worry. It will be caught midway through stream of work, and it will actually cause challenges and disagreements, frankly, before a decision is made. So if every kind of draft thought ended up as a speculative note that became then something that the committee on the 15th of each month dealt with, I think officials would write less candidly. They would avoid discussing these things. I want to return to this point, but I want to underline this point. It is important that you think about the behavior you're incentivizing within the public service when you start saying that on the 15th of every month, we want to hear exactly every thought that has been in your head about this, absent any of the context that would be provided by the process playing out in full. And then we can talk about some of the other challenges, which I think we would all agree, and my colleagues across the way would agree too, we need to consider when we think about the benefit of transparency. National security, public safety, public interest. Records can contain all sorts of things. And when we release them on an ongoing drumbeat basis, you have not allowed some of these processes, which often take many weeks even to get into context, to play out. So you've got to think about that as well. And that does lead to harms for commercial confidence and economic interest. Government is routinely talking to people about economic activity. In fact, I'm quite sure that this is the pith of many of the concerns that have been voiced, however you feel about the legitimacy of them in this bit. But are you really going to want to encourage people not to work through government processes, not to talk to government about things that might be of benefit? We talk about bids and procurement pricing, trade secrets, market-sensitive plans, investment negotiations. We all know that the very act of meeting can be a signal to capital. Can be a signal to capital and can be a signal to competitors of that capital. And that means if you are getting it in the middle of a process rather than at the end when a decision is made, you are potentially damaging commercial interests. And if you're damaging commercial interests and you are driving people away from conversations from the government, you have to ask yourself if you're acting in the public interest. It can also undermine cabinet confidentiality, collective decision-making. I won't dwell on that. I think we all appreciate that there are limits on that front. But it is very important, and one I know well, that it can create paralysis through administrative burden. Large-scale, ongoing production orders require thousands of hours of work. Locate records, review relevance, identify privileges, redact personal data, prepare translations into English or otherwise, brief counsel, manage secure transfer. This diverts scarce resources from public capacity. And as I mentioned, one of the scarcest resources we have, and certainly the one that is the highest cost, is our most senior officials, as we're talking about in these particular moments. And when we are talking about those privacy considerations and whether it is always in the best interest to put something into the public interest, we also do need to think about selective or misleading use of raw documents. Documents without context can be misunderstood. One of my challenges with the way that this order is written is it demands documents in a certain format, drafts, incomplete change, shorthand notes. These informal exchanges can be presented as definitive evidence when they are not. I think about an experience in my own career where I was at the government of Alberta, and an employee, a colleague of mine, probably 3 levels down the managerial chain, was speculating as to what the Premier of Alberta, Premier Jason Kenney, what his motives were for a particular action, and speculated in those emails. Now, that individual didn't know, but that became part of a paper document that was presented in a raw format, and that raw format then was used to suggest that Premier Kenney was doing something untoward that he simply was not.
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président.
It was speculation.
Point of order, Chair. Yes, Mr. Hardy, point of order. I imagine that my colleague across the way likes to hear himself talk, but what are we talking about? We're supposed to be talking about removing point B of the motion. We're talking about the government of Alberta here.
To remove point B, so
Absolutely.
carry
So
on
I would
that,
hope
please.
that, as these are all to do with production of documents, that would be self-evident. But if you'd like, I will just say production of raw documents, as I just noted, can cause these challenges, which is why I would speak to the removal of this particular thing. So is the production of documents without a request for narration useful or good? That is something that I would ask this committee to think about. Sometimes that context tells the entire story. And I would always hope, when I was in my previous role, that rather than a compelling production of documents, somebody would reach out to me first, because that context is very, very important. And I think about that Kenney government and how quite often these actions were weaponized against it in order to create a picture that was not necessarily complete or compelling. And then, of course, as we have talked about at length, one of the challenges that production of documents provides is it can prejudice ongoing proceedings. These broad disclosures can interfere with the activity going on and prejudice it in such a way that we get a negative outcome for the public. Mr. Sabia and Mr. Blanchard provided very reasonable commentary on this point. I think I'll let their commentary stand. There are then the ephemeral ones: reduced cooperation from witnesses and stakeholders. Outside experts might be less likely to engage, knowing that their commentary might show up on the 15th without context. Municipalities, provinces, civil society groups might believe their communication will be later broadly exposed and used against them without context. And they may share less information with government. And government runs on information. It is important that government has access to that. That is why all of our access to information laws reflect this point. That is why ATIP here at the Government of Canada, that is why FOIP at the Government of Alberta always provide the ability to protect those interests. Federal, provincial, international relations can be strained by the release of these documents. We talk about the release of things that will then maybe be read about by some of our partners in a way, again, without context, indiscriminately dropped out, causes challenge. And it also It normalizes this unlimited power without guardrails. This is the point that I started on, where I say, by using these powers to produce indiscriminately, you are creating a challenge where all of a sudden those powers will be used perpetually and no longer for their intended purpose. If they're used without the norms of restraint, future committees of all parties may inherit and escalate those practices. Again, colleagues have spoken about this, but I do want to underline, short-term tactical gains can create long-term institutional damage, and we are all here to serve the long-term institution benefit. So I get this is hard. There are two public interests in tension always: transparency and accountability on one side, and effective, lawful, rights-respecting government on the other. But what is important for this committee, or any committee, to consider as they are going through there, is that they acknowledge that it is hard. They do not play this game where they pretend there is this unalloyed good, universal good of always acting in one fashion or the other. Neither of those two things, transparency and accountability, effective, lawful, rights-respecting government, can automatically defeat the other. Better practices need to protect both. Strong committees use narrow, disciplined approaches. They define precise subject matter, they set relevant date ranges, they identify custodians or departments, they exclude clearly personal data, they use in-camera review more regularly, they appoint law clerks or independent arbiters, they permit explanations for withheld materials and explanations for given materials, and most importantly, they require productions when it makes sense, rather than demand everything at once or on a regular drumbeat. It has to be triggered by an action. It has to be triggered by concern. Otherwise, you are just wasting the time that does not belong to us, but belongs to the good people of Canada. And so the issue is not whether committees such as those in the House of Commons of Canada should have production powers. Of course they should. The issue is whether those powers are exercised with enough discipline to serve accountability without impairing wider public interest. And so an overly broad production order, I appreciate, can provide short-term wins, right? Isn't that what is happening here? But it loses the longer-term governance fight. It weakens candor, it weakens privacy, it weakens state capacity, it weakens trust, it weakens institutions, and the best committee work needs to be forceful and precise, but consider those weaknesses they might otherwise be introducing. So I mentioned again that I was a senior official, and I want to provide what happens when a production order comes in. Everybody downs tools. Other work, including other ATIP work, that stops, right? That is suddenly the top priority of it. I'll tell you, in Alberta, with FOIP, it's called FOIP because it's Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And there are a number of different considerations that go in every single time one of these orders comes through. I appreciate that sometimes there is individual interest that looks like it's in conflict with public interest, but those are the conversations that happen behind the scenes with officials as we're going through. Now look, not everything can be released easily or make sense when it's released. And so what might some of this information be that we've had to deal with in the past? Well, what if one person has sent an email and the other person has deleted the email? They maintained their retention policy, but all of a sudden there's a gap in the record that we need to go and see if somebody has a version of, or we need to make sure if that exists in some way, shape, or form. This happens all of the time in government. I'm not sure if people fully appreciate what best practice in government is. It is that we maintain final documents. And there are a number of documents along the way at the government of Alberta that were not final documents that the Kenney government had, that we didn't always have records of as we were going along, because at the end of the day, we knew that it was the final documents that we were required to have for record production. So this was a real and present challenge that we'd had in those cases. There were also many conversations about how we could make the system work more fluidly with Deputy Ministers' Council. So, look, I was not previously in a situation where I could stand up and say, let's have sanity prevail. Right? I was in the government. It was my job to do what the officials were doing, and I am now, which is why I was happy to come here and make sure that I could provide my insights as to what it looks like from the other side. There are many costs that are incurred. We drive people from public service, not just people like the Prime Minister, but those who are in impossible situations because of motions like this. Mr. Sabia and Mr. Blanchard are consummate professionals. They commitment to our system, absolutely. It cannot be impeached. But you should consider the incredible irony here. If you want to manage a conflict, truly manage it in the public interest, to keep it from the Prime Minister's awareness, you can't be reporting it to committee every 15 days. And so you put them in an impossible situation where, to protect the public interest, it would actually be in the interest of a government official not to do this, but they know they must do this at the benefit of the committee. So they're just not going to come to government if you put them in these impossible positions. You might be passively incentivizing future governments to break rules. You might be discouraging moral people from joining the public service. Colleagues, it is easy to talk in absolutes. It is easy to take absolute positions. But I'm asking you to take thoughtful positions. Are you responsible enough not to talk in absolutes, to acknowledge the downsides of such overly broad and overly prescriptive motions? And with that, I want to wrap by saying, Mr. Hardy talked about, on Thursday, trust in institutions being lower. Well, why might it be lower when insinuations run amok, when leaders thoughtlessly insinuate for political gain, when institutions are weaponized into fishing expeditions? I mean, why in that situation would we be surprised if people don't have trust in institutions? We ask a lot of our public servants, particularly our senior public servants, and we are throwing more and more at them all the time. The role is evolving, and we are asking them to help us at a critical time for our country. So I ask you, colleagues, does this actually serve the public interest? And with that, Chair, I conclude.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Next, I have Ms. Church on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, picking up where my colleague has left this discussion, I think with his very thoughtful consideration and past experience around the notion of effective and accountable government and how do we best achieve that. Mr. Chair, we have just come out of a motion in the House that has amended the standing orders, and I'd like to take some time to consider this with the committee. I'd like to move a motion to move the committee in camera.
Okay, it's a dilatory motion. It's non-debatable to move the committee in camera. Madam Clerk, if you want to take the vote, go ahead, please.
So the motion is to proceed in camera. Ms. Church? Yes. Madame Lapointe?
Oui.
Mr. Saini?
Yes.
Monsieur Sari?
Oui.
Monsieur Assoud?
Oui.
Mr. Mantle?
No.
Ms. Cronus? No. Monsieur Hardy?
Pour les clips, non.
Monsieur Fortin? Yeas 5, nays 4.
Okay, the motion to move in camera carries. I'm going to suspend while we change over to in camera. Meeting is suspended.
you.